Chair Harrison, just got word that all of our technical issues have been addressed, so you're welcome to resume the meeting.
If I could have everyone's attention, we're ready to get started again. So if you could please take your seats and just continue your conversations, we would appreciate it very much. Since none of the meeting was going out over Zoom or web access, we're going to start all over again, but we can hopefully do that fairly quickly. So call the meeting to order. Roll call.
Yes, Vice Chair Harrison.
Here.
Commissioner He.
Here.
Commissioner Timmons.
Here.
Commissioner Brubaker.
Here.
And Commissioner Golovets is absent, but we do have a quorum.
Okay, and we have no minutes for approval this evening. And we have no consent calendar items. And we'll go through it again, but is there anyone here wishing to address the commission on an item that is not on the agenda? We'll talk about the two items on the agenda later tonight. If there's no one here to talk about an item that's not on the agenda, is there anyone online?
And for those of us joining online that would like to address the commission on an item not agendized tonight, please use the raise hand feature on your Zoom application. We'll go ahead and wait a couple seconds here to acknowledge anybody that would like to address the commission on items not agendized. And Chair Harrison, we do not have any hands.
Okay, then we will move on to item number 1, a holdover from earlier meeting, the public hearing on to consider the conditional use permit to allow conversion of an existing office building into an emergency shelter with up to 25 beds at 207 37th Street in the Main Street Open District. This is PLN 23-360, CPSA Emergency Housing. So I'll turn it over to staff for a staff report.
And yes, Vice Chair, once again, Hector Rojas, Planning Manager with the city. I'd like to introduce our contract planning staff from MIG, Virginia Morgan, who is the project planner for this item, and she'll be doing the presentation tonight.
Thank you. I'll give a minute to get that presentation called up. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Virginia Morgan, and I am presenting today on the CPSA Emergency Housing Project at 207 37th Street. The recommended action for today's hearing is that the Commission review the project and procedural options and provide direction on whether to move forward with an approval or a denial for PLN 23360. Today's presentation will include background and project overview, a review of public comments and comments from the Planning Commission at the previous hearing on June 6th, new or clarified information from the applicant and the Richmond Police Department, applicable standards that could apply to the project, and procedural options for the Planning Commission to provide direction. The proposed site, located on the corner of Bissell and 37th Street, was operating as an emergency shelter without a use permit from approximately January to August of 2023. The current proposal is for a use permit to allow the conversion of the existing office building into an emergency shelter with up to 25 beds. The project first came to PC hearing on June 6th, where it was determined that there was not sufficient information to either approve or deny the project. Today's hearing is a continuation of the June 6th hearing, where the Commission will receive clarification and provide direction. The proposal involves few changes to the interior structure. Most proposed alterations are at the rear of the structure in the proposed parking and courtyard area, and are required by state or local regulations, such as adding windows for egress and the addition of an outdoor congregation area. With an estimate of 4 on-site personnel, including a 2-person management team that carpools, the estimated parking demand would be 3 spaces, so that 33% less, or 2 spaces, would be the required minimum. However, if the Commission were to determine that more than 1 security personnel would be required on-site at a time, or that space must be allocated for more than 1 service provider at a time, then the project would require an additional use permit for parking less than the minimum. Staff received 4 public comments since the June 6 hearing, which expressed concern over proximity of the proposed shelter to the Montessori School and Middle School, increased police activity during previous operations, and issues of neighborhood safety, including illegal parking and inadequate public illumination. All comments to date have been compiled and included as Exhibit B, with the exception of 3 comments received since the publishing of today's staff report. At the previous hearing on June 6th, the Commission identified the following concerns with the proposal: a lack of clarity around the operations, including funding, the selection of residents, and the services provided, potential nuisance or safety concerns for neighbors once residents have left the shelter, and related to street parking near the site, and the proximity of the shelter of less than 2 blocks from sensitive uses such as schools. The representative for CPSA, who would oversee operations at the site, submitted a letter that addressed the Planning Commission's questions from the June public hearing. That letter has been provided in print in its entirety on your dais today. Note that the letter's introduction provides background around the shelter's previous operations leading up to this use permit application. The specific operational information about the shelter was summarized in today's staff report as follows. Residents will be identified through referrals from a combination of sources, including but not limited to Contra Costa County Continuum of Care, parole and probation departments, church and other entities charged with assisting the unhoused on a federal, state, or local level. The full list of service providers would be subject to change based on the funding requirements and the needs of the residents, but that CPSA expects that on-site staffing would include, at a minimum, a 2-person management team, at least 1 security personnel, and potentially several service providers during service hours. The following data was provided by the Richmond Police Department and represents the total number of dispatch calls related to the site address from January 1st to July 18th in both 2023 and 2024. A total of 567 calls occurred in 2023, during which time the shelter was in operation. A total of 625 calls occurred during the same month period in 2024. Here, the total number of calls is broken down by type. In 2023, there were more calls for 8 categories, shown in yellow, including audible alarm, disturbance, unwanted person, battery, follow-up, vandalism, welfare check, and brandishing, when compared to 2024. In 2024, there were more calls for 18 categories, shown here in blue, when compared to 2023. Here, the total number of calls is broken down by month. The pink bar graph shows calls per month in 2023, during which time the shelter was in operation, and in gray shows calls per month in 2024. The number of calls was similar in both years in January. In February, March, and April, the number of calls was greater in 2024. In May, June, and July, the number of calls was greater in 2023. The following is an overview of which standards may apply to an emergency shelter project. State law limits applicable standards for emergency shelters to the following list of objective standards. These will be discussed in the context of this project. The city could potentially apply conditions including or related to the following: the number of management and security staff and required training, minimum parking sufficient for all staff, a minimum size requirement for the outdoor congregation area, specific on-site management requirements such as exterior improvements, provisions for air quality and sanitation, and safety provisions such as security cameras, patrol requirements, and the monitoring of on-street parking to the extent feasible. Existing standards for emergency shelters in the Richmond Municipal Code would also apply, including maximum capacity of 25 beds, a minimum distance requirement from other shelters, facility requirements such as security lighting, an outdoor courtyard, and on-site management, common facilities and services that are allowed but not required, and bicycle parking. Moving forward, the Planning Commission may take one of two procedural options. To approve the project, the Commission would want to make the required findings for both a use permit and a reduction in parking, utilizing conditions of approval as allowed by state law and which would not render the project financially infeasible. To deny the project, the Commission must demonstrate a quantifiable threat to public health or safety which cannot be mitigated by conditions of approval. If the Commission were to seek an approval, the following findings would be required for a conditional use permit for the proposed use, as well as for parking below the minimum if needed. The use permit for parking would have additional findings, which are as follows: documented parking demand reduction measures, and that there would not be a substantial reduction in on-street parking for the surrounding uses. In order for the Commission to move forward on a denial for the project, in accordance with state law, the city would need to identify one or more impacts on public health or safety that has all of the following qualities: an impact that is quantifiable, meaning it can be supported through evidence and data; one that is direct, meaning a near-term impact that can be linked to the project; and one that is unavoidable, meaning that either the impact cannot be mitigated or that any potential mitigations would render the project financially infeasible. In summary, staff asks the Commission to consider the information presented and to provide direction to either approve the project with conditions of approval to the extent feasible, or to deny the project by documenting a quantifiable threat to health or safety. Are there any questions from the Commission?
Questions from Commission at this time?
I have a question for staff. Is there an attorney present tonight?
Yes, Secretary Brubaker. I'd like to introduce Pam Lee, who is with our City Attorney's Office. She's joining us virtually tonight.
Okay, it's just a general question. I'm just wondering. Thank you very much.
I had one question for right now. I have others for later. The guidelines were indicating that it can be up to 25 beds, yet we have a proposed condition of approval that would limit it to 16. Would that condition be valid? It could be limited to 16?
So it's actually been detailed in the staff report, but the condition of up to 25 beds would remain rather than the reduction to 16.
So we can't reduce if we wanted to?
Correct, because the Richmond Municipal Code has the existing standard of 25 beds.
Okay, thank you. If there's no other questions from the Commission, what I'll do is open the public hearing. And so first we'll have the applicant present for, is it 5 minutes? Reasonable amount of time? And
I believe according to the agenda, it could be up to 10 minutes.
okay, up to 10 minutes. And then we will have, if there's a spokesperson for the opponents, that spokesperson would have 10 minutes. And then we'll, of course, have, everyone will have the opportunity to speak if you've turned in a speaker slip. I would encourage you to, if what you want to say has been said by a person previously, it works just as well for you to tell us, I agree with what was said by the previous speaker. That would move the meeting along a little faster, but you're welcome to say however you wish, but that's something to think about as we move forward. So at this time, I would call upon the applicant to make a presentation.
Good evening. Is it working? All right, good. All right. I'm sure you had a chance to read my response, but in addition to that, I wanted to hone in on a few specific items that were erroneously presented before in the last meeting. And one is that we did not have a permit to operate. We did have a permit to operate and a license from the city of Richmond. And that is should have been part of the staff report, but it was not. And I should have submitted that, but I kind of neglected to do that. But we do have it, and we can present that to you if you need it. Additionally, as the contract planners indicated, if you start looking at calls, and I'm not sure, it seems like that the commission wanted to hold us responsible for all the calls and everything that happened in the neighborhood, which is it's not plausible. It's not plausible. That resident happened, and I'll tell you why. One of the specific reasons why is because if you look at the population of the shelter at that time, we actually had more women in there than men. We actually had children, okay, 3 of which went to Jazan Middle School right down the street. They were walking, they were leaving and going right down to the middle school. And we had 2 kids under 5 years old. And so this notion about safety and folks attacking kids or trying to intimidate kids or whatever the pontification was at that particular time at last month's hearing was just absolutely false. And so the security cameras are up, just so that you know, and I think I made that very clear last time. They're up. We'll do whatever we need to do in terms of presenting the various measures that are necessary, okay, just for public safety. We don't want anybody to feel unsafe. But I also want to make sure that you understand that the population that we had was actually predominantly women with children. And so, this notion that folks would leave the facility and go and try to vandalize somebody's car is just is patently false. But regardless of that, I think moving forward, one of the things that I want to convey to the commission is that the structure is going to be as such that wherever the referrals come from, these folks will be associated with various programs, whether it's a state, local or federal program that usually has someone that they're going to have to answer to, in addition to following rules of the shelter, okay? The shelter as it previously operated, and as I indicated in the report and in response to you all, your questions, those responsibilities were held by somebody else. You had East Bay Housing Consortium, SOS was involved, and they did a lot of the counseling, did a lot of that stuff around. And so, it was almost feeling like, anytime that something happened or anything that was reported, that we were held responsible, and that just wasn't the case. And so I wanted to make sure that you all understand what our perspective was and what the actual facts were in terms of the residents that were there, and the fact that there was on-site supervision, okay? And we have some of the residents, and you'll hear from some of them today, who were actually there. And so in addition to that, I just wanted to make sure that you understand that, moving forward after everything is done, given the approval, there will be strict guidelines. And if folks don't follow the rules and regulations, they will be excluded from the program, okay? Again, given the climate of what's happening right now, and obviously last month there were some racial overtones that were presented. I felt kind of bad about the commission not addressing those issues. But I understand why you didn't address them, but I just want to be very clear to you that we have a veritable cornucopia of individuals that we work with and that we service, not only the residents, but the nonprofits that we work with. And we service and work with everybody, okay, just so that, one, we can make the streets of Richmond safer. And if you look at the staff report, what they've indicated and stated emphatically was that you had more calls in 2024 when we weren't around. And so if that's any indication, I mean, so I just don't want you to feel like you're blaming all the ills of the neighborhood on the time frame that we had the shelter open. And I think that's not fair to us. But with that being said, I'll stop there. And moving forward in terms of the program stuff, I think that the staff report and my response is a clear and concise indication of what's going to happen moving forward. Thank you.
I had one question on
Sure.
the written document that you submitted to us. And I just wanted to clarify, you have this, please note, renovations must occur. From there, many things must happen given all that it would tied up for 2 or 3 years. So I'm reading that to mean you wouldn't actually occupy or you wouldn't have tenants occupying this for 2 or 3
We,
years?
we don't know what the time frame is. Obviously, we have to have construction personnel come in. There are a number of different things that the city is going to require. The city has to come out and approve whatever work that's going to happen. We don't know what that process is. The city is short-staffed. That's why they have contract staff now working in the planning department. And so there's a veritable cornucopia of issues. I can't say it was going to be 3 months, 6 months, or whatever, because I don't know. Okay, those things are out of our hands. And so, given that, I just wanted to give you a wide window, potentially, what is going to happen within that time frame.
Part of the reason I've asked that, and this will be a follow-up with staff, is there a time limit upon this condition of approval, or the CUP, that if they don't act within a certain amount of time, the CUP is invalidated?
Once the CUP is approved, if that's the direction, there would be an expiration on the CUP if operation is not taken place within a year of the issuance of the CUP.
That's part of the reason I asked you that question, because if it took you 3 years, your CUP would expire.
Well,
So I'm just.
yeah, what I'm talking about is everything from construction to program coming to fruition, okay? Because you're also looking at going through a request for proposal process, dealing with the state and local folks and all their requirements and things of that particular nature. And so that time frame encompasses all that, not just the construction aspect, not just the inspection aspect from the city as well. So there's a variety of different steps, and we're talking about just in totality.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, if I could interject one question for Hector and for planning. My understanding is that the CUP expires after a year if there has been no further progress on the project, i.e. that it hasn't been yet submitted for a building permit or for other work, but not that the CUP expires within 1 year of occupancy has to be undertaken within 1 year. So please, can you clarify that?
I'm more than happy to clarify that. I'm taking a look at the zoning ordinance right now, and I could read verbatim what it says.
Because very
there is an issue
often
with-
on larger projects, construction by itself takes more than a year.
Mainly
And
Blaze,
getting a building permit
Okay.
usually takes 3 months or so. We're ready to submit for a building permit, but we can't speak for how long it would take for the city to approve the building permit.
Thank you.
That's right.
Okay, let's see, at this point, if there is, I think we have a spokesperson for the opposition, and then we open it up for anyone to speak. Is that correct?
Chair Harrison, the time limit section on the agenda actually says that the applicant shall have 10 minutes, and then the speakers in favor are limited
Okay.
to 3 minutes unless we have more than 10 speakers, which we do. We currently have
Okay, so
17 speakers, so each speaker would have 2
ma'am, it
minutes.
looks like we're supposed to hear from those in favor of the project before your
Okay.
group presents.
That's fine.
Thank you.
So as I mentioned, we do have 17 speakers here, and in the meantime, if those joining us online can raise their hands if they are interested in speaking on item number 1, we'll go ahead and call you after the public speakers in the chambers. Our first public speaker is Gwen Bouzet. And again, you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Good evening. As you know, my name is Gwen Bouzet, and I'm here in favor of the project. We all know how we've been hit with COVID, and we have even a pandemic level of unhoused people in our communities. It's never been like this before, but we're facing it now, and we need to face exactly what's going on and welcome emergency housing. Welcome people like this man that is trying to do something for the community, not just say, oh, give that problem to somebody else. We need to deal with this as a community, and that's what he's trying to do. In addition, he has people like Ms. Pam Saucer that is going to be doing a life skills training for each of those individuals. And we know that many of those individuals have mental health issues and other issues that make it very difficult for them to even connect with others. And so we're there to try to train them, to help them, to support them, and especially their children, So don't turn away emergency housing when you can look at the city, you can look at the state, you can look at the country and see we need this, okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
And our next speaker is McQuarters. I'm sorry, I can't make out the spelling on the first name, but McQuarters would be our next speaker.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dante McQuarters. First of all, I would just like to speak to the fact that, just like she said, there is an epidemic of homelessness out there. I was a victim of homelessness myself. Because of people like this, I'm no longer homeless, and I have a place to stay. Everyone who is suffering from homelessness is not crazy or have mental illness or on drugs. Some people just have fallen on hard times. And so, with that being said, it's very important that we look at this with a degree of seriousness. Not only that, one of the matriarchs, Pam, I watched her help people single-handedly, one by one. This program will give her the opportunity, him the opportunity to help groups of people at a time. Programs like this are important because they don't just deal with an individual, they deal with groups of people and help them all at once. One of the other important things I wanted to address is that there is a need for accountability. These programs help with accountability. A mother is accountable because of her children. A neighbor is accountable because of his community. And this program helps those that are homeless become accountable again. People that are accountable do things responsibly. And that's pretty much all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we're just speaking. I would appreciate it if we don't have follow-up applause on either side. It just stretches out the meeting, and we know those who are in favor are going to be supportive and those are against. So let's try to keep it focused on the comments. It makes it easier for us.
All right, our next speaker in favor is Daniel Butt.
Good evening, Planning Commissioners. My name is Daniel Butt. I've been a resident of Richmond for the better part of 47 years. I was looking at this project. I spent a lot of time over by the courthouse, and I know that area is kind of a dead commercial zone in Richmond, so I don't really see the downside to this. I see this project putting something where something's not in what is now a dead zone in Richmond, and I see it addressing one of the biggest crises we have right now, which is housing and homelessness. So I support this project. I hope you guys will work with the applicant to make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Elliot Davis.
Right. I just want to say to the commission, I'm a homeowner from here in the city of Richmond. I currently am a property manager and I manage a 182-unit building in Tenderloin in San Francisco, and I see a bunch of programs that they have for shelters and different places for homeless people to go to, and I think that we need to definitely in Richmond. I've been seeing an increasing number of people being homeless just out on the street, and I think it'll be a great use for the area. That building is not currently being used, and I think that'll be a good opportunity for us to put some of those people there.
Thank you. And then our next speaker is Pam, and I apologize, I can't make out the last name, but if your first name is Pam, if you could come up to the podium and you'll have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Planning Committee. This area has always provided direct services to the needed in the city of Richmond down through the years. Historically, it served as the county seat until the supervisor office moved to El Cerrito. Upon construction of the official structure of the county building located at 137th Street became the space for many resources and prevention outlets. What has been unique about this complex, the Condor, it was always done professionally, quietly, and without any incident of disturbance. This is and was and will always be an area respected by all, including agencies, program, delivery, help to our residents on a daily basis. Here finds agency programs offered down through the years. On 37th Street, we had the East Bay Parental Council. We also had Sojourner Truth located in 37th Street, the Needle Exchange right across the street from the courthouse, where we provided giving bottles of bleach, syringes. It didn't just start in San Francisco. This was at 119 37th Street. We also have the neighborhood house that was in North Richmond that also had Opportunity West and on 37th Street. Transitional for Rehabilitation, the Nevins House, the Rise Center for the LGBTQ. There are many programs and services offered along the corridor of the residents. We cannot afford to change its history, as these programs have enabled many residents to change their lives and become productive citizens. The largest African-American church in the city has also an administration building on 3707 Bissell. Many of these leaders and clients are members of this church and beyond.
Ma'am, if you could wrap it up, your 2 minutes is, so if you could wrap it, thank you.
And Chair Harrison, that concludes our speakers in the audience in favor of the application. I'll now turn to our members on the virtual audience. We do have one hand raised, so I'd like to ask if the virtual attendee is
Hector,
in
there's one other person.
opposition or in favor.
Opposition.
Just to clarify, the opposition is after the online speaker. I'm clarifying whether the online speaker is in favor or against.
Can you
So
hear
John,
me?
if we could hear you, but if you could clarify if you're in favor of the item or against?
Against.
Okay. In that case, I'm going to put you back in attendee and then turn it over to the speakers present in the audience. Thank you for your patience. All right, so I'll turn back to our speaker list for folks in the audience that are against. The first speaker, I believe we had opposition speaker, correct? Is that person's name Ronald Sanchez?
Excuse me, Hector, I believe those in favor had more speakers as well. So do you want to finish them, or?
I think
I'm
many
lost.
of them don't have a position stated, so they're getting put at the end since they didn't state and we weren't able to decipher if they were
Okay, so we're
opposed
going
or
to go,
against.
so no, we're going to first hear from those who indicated their preference, and then we'll hear from everybody else. Is that got
And
it?
those against, and then everybody else.
All right, thank you.
Sorry.
Yes, apologies for that. So our first speaker against is Ronald Sanchez. If you could approach the podium, and you'll
Do we
have
need
2
to have
minutes.
the presentation from the sort of spokesperson for that group at this time? Great.
You can only have one person speak for 10 minutes, and then everybody subsequently will be. Got it.
Right.
Okay.
Did you fill out a speaker card? Okay. What's your name? So we can pull you. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Roxana Molina. I am the person that lives adjacent, right next to the parking lot of this property. I am here speaking on behalf of our neighborhood and everyone that lives on our block. We have come together because we all experienced very negative experiences, despite what the false statements that do not make a positive to grant this temporary permit. We did experience loss of property. Our cars were vandalized. Our children on the block were verbally abused. It is real. It wasn't false. We were there. The people that were running this shelter, I would really like to see this permit that they're talking about that they had, because a business license is not a shelter permit. And this property was not appropriate for a shelter. and they still opened it and sheltered these people to live on this property that was not appropriate. So the children were afraid to play in the front, and they still had experienced people crossing and trespassing on the property, on the playground that the children were playing, way in the back of a property. So it's not really false. We really experienced this as living right there. So, and it was not dominantly women. We saw all these people. The people that were running the shelter and the owner of this property were not supervising it. They wouldn't show up. They would only come on Sundays to collect the amount of garbage that were left by these people, because collecting garbage is on Mondays. That was the only time that we saw them. The other times we were on our own. These people had keys to get in there. No one was supervising how many people were in there. If they had thought that they had 15 people in there, it wasn't. There were more than 70 people at one time, because other people would let people in. They would just knock on the gate and people would be let in. So there were, I would say, a balance of women with children and then lots of men, predominantly men. Some people were working on their cars in this parking lot. They were using it as a mechanic shop. They would just leave all this oil on the pavement, and nothing ever got cleaned. So it was very, there was so much lack of maintenance and lack of supervision that it was crazy. We really lived those days. So we're really here pleading to you. Our safety is in your hands. If anything happens from this on, if you were to grant this permit, it would be on you. We have young children. And yes, a school is right a block away. I never saw the kids that went to that school and came back. I only saw them outside, so I can't not say that that's false or it's true. But we were under such fear, we couldn't even stand on the outside of our lawns because we were attacked, and by both women and the men that were sheltered there. They were verbally abusive. They were very defensive, and we could not feel safe at all. So if you're gonna put us through that again, it's gonna be on you, really. We have so many families that are hardworking people just trying to live on a neighborhood that is livable. We know Richmond is not the safest city. Yes, we have crime. Yes, we've made calls for safety. But, you know, we don't want to have this added on top of everything else that we are experiencing already. So we're really pleading to you, please, it is our safety, and we do live there. We've been there a long time. I myself have been there. It's gonna be 15 years, but we have neighbors that have lived there 20, 30 years and have not experienced this amount of crime that we did last year because of the shelter being there. So if you are gonna have supervision, it's only gonna be within the site. What about when these people are out on the street? You can't control that. So we're still exposed to that crime. Totally unfair to us. You're just leaving us up in the air, and then, you know, we don't have a lot of support from the police as well. We don't have enough police to respond to all the calls that we make. The calls can be made, but no one shows up many of the times until somebody dies. And a life was lost on this premises. So please think about it. Please reconsider not granting this permit. We are pleading to you. Our safety is in your hands. And we really appreciate it if you just, we know the need is there. We don't deny that. It's a nationwide epidemic we're experiencing. But there are many other places that are appropriate and have been built appropriately for shelters. This is not. Even if it's renovated, this place is not appropriate. Thank you for listening to us.
Thank you.
All right, the next speaker in opposition is Ronald Sanchez. And Ronald, you'll have 2 minutes if you can please approach the podium.
Hi, my name is Ronald Sanchez. I don't want a shelter in front of my house. There was a shelter before, an illegal shelter. When they have their business, they have to take care of their business, and they didn't do that. To me, that one was a refugee for individuals that they were criminals. 80%, they were guys. They were outside doing illegal things. So I had to call the police a lot of times, and this is not safe for me, it's not safe for my family, and it's not safe for anybody in our neighborhood. There is a middle school 1 block away. There is a preschool 1 block away, and there is elementary school 5 blocks away. So my community is my neighborhood. This is not my community. I don't even know them. So they don't have to say that that's my community. So I work every day. I pay my taxes. What they have to do is look for a job and get a job because there is no COVID-19 anymore. So anything that happened to any kid that walk in front of my house on that street is gonna be on the city of Richmond, because we already telling you guys, we have to stop the problem before it's a problem, not when it's too late. So this is not good for anybody in our neighborhood. We want peace. We want to live in peace. We don't know. They have their business, and I understand business are business, and they don't care about the neighborhood. We want peace. Everybody wants peace, and I want the best for our community, for my neighborhood. We want education. We don't want shelters. Shelters bring drugs and bring prostitution. Thanks.
Time's up. Appreciate it.
Our next speaker is Alejandra Garcia.
I press the button or? Okay, good afternoon, Commission. My name is Alejandra Garcia, and I'm standing here feeling outrageous about what this man said.
Let's keep the comments to the commission and not about
Okay, but
audience,
he said
please.
that the situation that my son experienced being harassed in our backyard was false. That's an understatement. Just to let you guys know, I was there. It happened in my backyard, not in the front yard. I don't know how these people got to my backyard, but they were trespassing, and my son experienced a horrible situation where no parent, I don't know who here is a parent or not, but I'm a mother. And that night, it was a horrible experience for him. I don't want to recall it, but he was playing soccer in the backyard where we have swings, we have a playground, we have a basketball net. This is not it. This is some of our neighborhood children. We have a whole bunch of neighborhood children. And someone came to our backyard, harassed my 12-year-old son, and said, "What the fuck are you looking at, bitch?" As soon as I heard that, I went downstairs and I told him to get out of private property. He looked at me and he threatened me that he was gonna come back for us. And I have photos to prove to you guys. I called the police, and the only thing they did was to tell me that I have to file a complaint online, a police report. And for him to say that it's false, I'm not standing here to say anything that's fake. This is real life. This is a real life situation. We have children. Lavanya, the middle school, is only within 800 feet from this shelter that you guys want to put there. What's gonna happen to the rest of the children? So what happened if I have photos of him being there in my backyard. He harassed me. My son couldn't go to sleep that night. I even had to install another lock on our door in order for him to feel safe. It's time for you guys to listen to our children. They need safety. It's like every time I listen.
Alejandra, your time is up. Thank you. We have one more speaker who has indicated they're against. They are in virtual attendance. I'll come back to the rest of the speakers that have signed up that did not indicate a position. So at this time, I'd like to call John to speak virtually. And John, if you're still there with us, you can unmute and provide your public comment. You'll have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Commission. I am speaking tonight to talk about the concerns in my community. I'm especially concerned about the establishment of a shelter without proper permits, and now the possibility of another shelter in that location, run by the same organization and owner. As a longtime Richmond resident, lifetime, I have witnessed the detrimental effects this unpermitted shelter has had in our community. The owners lack responsiveness and accountability, and has led to numerous issues, including harassment, prostitution, drug abuse, and a lack of police protection, creating an unsafe environment for residents. Until these concerns and issues are fully addressed, their plans to open a second shelter in our community should not be approved, especially when there are more suitable locations to address the issue of homelessness and drug abuse. It appears the backdoor deal from the previous administration to construct a T-Mobile cell tower without community knowledge and approval, and in close proximity to schools and the Rise Center, raises additional concerns about the well-being of our community. It is disheartening to see our community being burdened with such challenges. No one is against helping those in need. What we are against is organizations that are incompetent and irresponsible to boot. I implore the Planning Commission to carefully consider the impact of these developments on our neighborhood and to prioritize the safety and well-being of the residents within our neighborhood. I urge you to make a responsible and informed decision that reflects the best interest of our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and coming back to our members in the audience who have not indicated a position on the item, first speaker is Apostle Frederick Hamilton.
Good evening. My name is Apostle Frederick Hamilton. I've been in the city of Richmond 35 years. We started off on First and McDonald, Church of Deliverance. We had a transitional house for women with children that was shut down by the city, but it brought great hope and help to many women that are now doing well. And this program of homelessness that's being opened is very much needed. I also had a 24-bed shelter program that when COVID hit, we lost the funding, lost money. We had to shut it down. And there's a lot of people, you understand, in need of homelessness and housing. This would help the community. And I'm quite sure everyone that stood up here had some homelessness in their life, whether they came from different country or wherever they come from. They had some issues that put them where they needed help. So let's help, continue help, because it's an epidemic and it's very much needed. That's what I like to say.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is David Barksdale.
Good evening. My name is David Barksdale. I'm a 40-year Richmond resident, excuse me. What I must add is that if and when this business up and away is rekindled or becomes reality, I will be just one of quite a few people that will be helping and working to provide services at this facility. I've worked in different forms of social work for over 20 years. So regarding up and away, as a program, myself and several other good, God-fearing, loving people that realize the world is bigger than just them. Because that's what you have to work in that field. You have to do it for the love and with love and a lot of patience. So I'm just jumping on board with this, but I'm supporting all the way. Those are my family. And what we plan to do is serve a need for Richmond that's non-existent and long overdue, to be honest. And over time, establish a beneficial, professional, blessed environment for those we can help. You can't control what people do beyond your scope, excuse me. Now, if for whatever reason you may not be in agreement or favor, well, the easy part of that decision is to just do the right thing. If you want to help, you may not want to help, but let us help. And it's unfortunate to hear people say they're in fear and bring up the amount of disenfranchised people in a location. We understand that when there's not, cordon off or what have you. But as I stand in and try to help, we're going to do something better.
David, I'm sorry, that's your time. Thank you. And I think I'm going to mess up the next speaker, but I'll try my best here and you can correct me. LaDacia Lau.
Good evening. I am in favor of the shelter. My mother was in the shelter. And she no longer has housing. She's put out all that stuff. Also, as well as it's inevitable what people do or the crime rate anywhere. And your safety, you're at safety anywhere, at your own home. So needless to say, whether it's a shelter here in place with the courtyard being across the street as well, and the sheriffs and all the other forms of the community base, I do say that. As well as I don't think people stop them when they're selling tamales and have their illegal things
direct your
on every
comments to us.
corner and stopping them and asking them for the permit or if they're licensed. I mean, this is all a part of being a community is coming together. That means no matter what it is, like building and coming together, everybody playing their part. And that's just how I feel. This program is going to help people stay off the streets and reduce the crime rate in Richmond, potentially. You know what I'm saying? They had the crime rate up in 2024 and they weren't even open. So how was it? Because of the shelter. So I'm just saying, like, every time it's something good for the community or to help, it seems like we kind of like fall short or negate that. And so I am in favor, and we just all have to work together to keep the safety of the community. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Edward Williams.
My name is Edward Williams, and I am 83 years young, and I am a prisonologist. I first went to prison in 1959, and I've been in and out of prison up until 2014. So that qualifies me as a prisonologist. And being housed is one of the most important things for a person that's getting out of prison. Now, I'm hearing people saying that they don't want this in their neighborhood, they don't want that in their neighborhood, but take my word for it. You would rather have these people housed than to just have them running around. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is DeWanda Joseph White.
Good evening, Planning Commission and the people here that are opposed. I understand I'm a community member myself, and there are things in my neighborhood I don't care about, and I call the police endlessly. That's probably why the calls are up so high. I call them for somebody barbecuing in the middle of the night. But there are over 1,600 people unhoused in the city of Richmond and Contra Costa County total. City of Richmond has over 500 people that are today unhoused. We have people that are being displaced because the rents are too high. So some people are employed. Everybody who is unhoused is not someone that's an addict or recovering from drug addiction or been to jail. I understand the people that are opposed to this, but these opportunities are necessary in order for our city to thrive. If we had job opportunities for persons, maybe they could get some money, they can pay some rent, but everybody doesn't have that right now. So we need these programs to be open for people to be housed. I have victims of crime right now who are looking for housing because they can't go back to their community because of the homicide rates in their neighborhoods. Every neighborhood in Richmond isn't safe, as we all know. And then we had a cut in the police force because we took money from them. Where did that money go? So we have a lot of questions that need to be answered. But today we're going to address the issue on housing. Housing is the #1 crisis in this area. It's unaffordable. People are losing housing every day. I work in the community. I'm a case manager. I believe that if we take care of our community will begin to thrive again. The streets won't look like they look like. The infrastructure is messed up, so it causes depression for anybody to come to work here. When I come into the city to come to work from just a few blocks over, when you get to this area, it looks raggedy and tore up and unkept. So sometimes we have to look at the whole structure of the thing and not just the people that you're talking about housing. And people can't segregate themselves because we are a community and we all matter. So I want you to understand that I don't disagree with what you people are saying here, but I also know that sometimes I work with a lot of people that don't have housing today that come from every culture in this city.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Vincent Esquivel, Jr. That's Vincent Esquivel, Jr. One last call for Vincent Esquivel, Jr. Got it. Okay, and then we have one last speaker that has indicated they're in favor, Danny Godfrey.
How you doing? My name is Danny Godfrey, and I oppose of the shelter. And for the record, I just want to let these people know I am these people. I'm currently homeless. I'm 61 years old, and I've been a resident and a homeless person from Richmond, California for the last 2 years. And what this community needs to do, both sides, is to ask the city to make sure that you make not only the community safe, but the shelter safe. And I understand the problem that these people are talking about, but your kid can go to school and get shot nowadays. It was just a family killed in Alameda. Say they just like you. You never know where these things are going to come from. So all we can ask the community to do is make sure we classify these people and make sure we prioritize the people who are deserving. You can't just throw everybody in one basket and say, hey, they're all deserving, because you do have bad apples, and that's understanding. So for both sides to be fighting back and forth, they need to come together and ask you as a board to make sure you classify the right people to bring to these people community. Because sometimes when you're only in a community a short time, 15 years, you never know if the community even accepted you when you first got there. This community comes from the people who are homeless now. And these people come from another community. I'm from North Richmond. These people that were in these shelters were in tents beside the freeway. So what, you want to send them back to the streets? You pass them in traffic. These are the same people in the community. We are a community begging for you to classify these people and keep the community safe and let these people build this shelter so that they can help the people that are deserving. Thank you very much. And once again, I am of these people. I'm currently homeless. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Harrison, that concludes the speakers that had signed up before the item was called. However, we do have one additional speaker card that we just recently received, as well as one person online that raised their hand after the item was called.
Let him speak. Go ahead and call him up.
Slowly?
Chair, I would suggest, just so that we don't have additional speakers coming up after these next speakers, that we allow for a quick 30-second to have everybody that wants to speak sign up, and then we'll just sort of limit it to that. Otherwise, we're going to have people correct. So at this time, for people in the audience, if you want to speak on item number 1, this is your last chance to sign up to speak using a speaker card. We will not be accepting any speaker cards after this last set. And while we're doing the speaker cards here in the audience, we do have one virtual speaker. We don't have a name, but Samsung SMG998U. I'll go ahead and allow you permission to speak. You can go ahead and speak when you're ready. Speaker with Samsung SM-G998U. If you'd like to address the commission on this item, now would be the time. Otherwise, I'll come back to you once again.
Hello, you hear me? Hello.
Great, thank you. If you could state your name.
Mi nombre es Raúl Godínez y por cuestiones laborales no pude asistir al meeting de hoy, pero quiero que tomen en cuenta, por favor, las familias que existen en ese vecindario y todos los
Raúl.
niños.
Raúl, si lo puedo interrumpir, si puede hablar un poco despacio, porque todos aquí tenemos que interpretar sus comentarios para que los entienda. Entonces, ¿me puede repetir su nombre?
Raúl Godínez Guerra.
So the speaker's name is Raúl Godínez. Continúe, por favor.
Sí, y soy un residente que tengo allí 12 años viviendo. Y yo solamente quiero que tomemos en cuenta las familias que existen allí con niños, mujeres, y me puedes
Ok, Raúl, ¿puede
interpretar?
mantener ahí para repetir todo en inglés? So Raúl is a resident of the neighborhood. He's lived there for 12 years, and he would like the commission to take into consideration the families that live in the neighborhood. ¿Puede continuar, Raúl?
Creo en una segunda oportunidad, pero creo que también tienen que tomar en cuenta las escuelas que existen allí alrededor y creo que no es un buen lugar como para poner un shelter.
Raúl would like the commission to know that he believes housing is important. However, this location may not be the best location due to the schools that are located in the area. Continúe.
También cuando existe una problemática y llamamos a la policía no toma prioridad a nuestras llamadas. Entonces, ojalá y esto sea muy importante tanto como para la policía, para la ciudad y para las personas indicadas que tratan de poner el shelter allí, que esto va a traer un poco más de crimen.
Raúl would like the commission to know that when residents call the police do not respond promptly. So that's something that should be taken into consideration if this is approved, that the appropriate police staff is dedicated to responding to resident complaints. Continúe.
Y creo que sí, como he escuchado varios comentarios allí, que hay gente vendiendo en las calles, correcto, sí, pero hay gente que está sobreviviendo para sacar el pan de cada día para ayudar a su familia.
Gracias, Raúl. Ese es su tiempo. Voy a trasladar sus últimos comentarios, pero ya tiene su tiempo de 2 minutos. Muchas gracias. So the last comment that Raúl wanted to share is that some have indicated people are selling or vending in the streets, but he wanted to let the commission know that people are just trying to survive, and that was his last comment there, and his time is up.
Gracias.
Gracias, Raúl. Okay, and the next 3 that have signed up just recently in the audience to speak, I'll start with Nazare Davis. I apologize for the mispronunciation.
I'm speaking on the behalf of the shelter. Honestly, everybody go through hard times and we have downfalls. You know, my mother was a part of a struggle. You know, at a time, I'm 23 years old. I currently don't have her now. She died because of the COVID-19. She was also living in a shelter. She had to stay in the shelter night and day with 4 kids, and that's kind of tough and it was hard. But at the end of the day, without their support, it wouldn't have been no hope. She was able to move us to a bigger apartment. She was able to get a job, clean herself up, but to the downfall of the COVID-19, she had respiratory issues and she passed away. But my biggest concern about homelessness is it's a very, very, very important because where are these people going to go? The people that's saying that they're dangerous, okay, if they're dangerous, if they're on the street, wouldn't they be exposed and able to do dangerous stuff? But if they're housed and getting guidance and structure inside of a homeless shelter, they'll be able to get a little bit more of a clearer mind of where they want to go, what they want to do, how they want to do it. A lot of people go through stress, depression, anxiety. It's a lot of stuff in the world that's built up. It's not just the fact of, oh, it's a homeless shelter that's out of control, because that's not the reason here. The reason here is for this program to be able to take care of our community. And by taking care of our community is by giving them a place to stay. If they don't have nowhere to stay, they're on the streets. And the streets turn into is the dangerous place to be. Take me for example. My mother passed away and I had to resort to the streets. And if it wasn't for people like them, I would have stayed in the streets. But currently I'm doing better in my life, and the shelter actually kind of helped. It does. Because at my age, I'm still a youth, and you know, at my age, I don't necessarily know the best route, but if I didn't have people in my corner to help me, I'm just saying I would probably be worse off. I'll probably be one of the people that they're talking about. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mario Retanya.
Ratana. Good evening. Thank you. So I'm resident for the last 18, almost 20 years here in Richmond, and I'm not against about helping people, right? But the thing is, like, I don't think so. The police is ready to take care this massive shelter. Also, I really like to ask you guys if you guys notice all these schools that we have, around the shelter, can you answer that, my question right now? You guys noticed all those schools?
Please wrap up your comments. It's not a question and answer format, so just state your comments and then conclude.
To be honest, you please consider about our families, kids, and I really appreciate if you can, reconsider our size, okay, and relocate that shelter. It's not a problem. They can help them and all that stuff, but the people that try to bring to that shelter is criminals. It's kind of sad to say, but I have 2 kids, by the way, 7 and 6, and honestly, I don't feel safe walking around with my dog and my kids, around, the block, and rapers and all that stuff and whatever, that's kind of scared, to be honest. If you guys approve this, you guys bring in a big trouble, to be honest. And I don't think so. The city, the police, and people around that shelter, we're ready to get that, to be honest. So that's the only thing that I have to say to you guys. And I appreciate your time, and please consider this for the families, for the community, and for the schools too. Because, about the schools, we have, I don't know how many kids they have, all ages, middle schools, you name it, right? So please, I think it's a big thing to bring this shelter to that area, especially that area, I'm not saying
Thank
no.
you, and that's your
but,
time. If we could have the last speaker, Charlie
you.
Slowly. Again, that speaker's Charlie Slowly.
Yes, sir. Commissioners, I'd like to thank you for your time. So
I have nothing but respect for the children and nothing but respect for this community, as this is my community as well. And so it kind of hit me that probation's across the street, which means that every registered sex offender in the city of Richmond has to check in to probation, right? So 16 people coming to the CPSA shelter is nothing compared to every registered sex offender and every criminal that will be going to the courthouse all day. So to say the CPSA is bringing crime, prostitution, and drug dealing to the city of Richmond is kind of unreal. Instead, what they're trying to do is mitigate these problems and give people another way out. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. So that was our last speaker. However, we do have an applicant and an opposition, so the instructions in the agenda allow for a 2-minute rebuttal of the applicant and then a two-minute rebuttal of the opposition.
Okay, would you care to give a 2-minute rebuttal of any sort? That would be, yeah, as a main speaker.
Thank you, Commissioners. I just want to say that it's unfortunate that the community can't come together. Folks that look like me are vilified and typically looked down upon as folks who are criminals and folks that are going to be doing harm to the community. It's just the opposite here, okay? We work with everybody. And to suggest that we don't care about the community, we don't care about children, like I said, we had children in our facility that went down the street to the schools. We had kids under 5. And so we had it all. So we care about everything. That's why we're in this business. And so I would say to those community members that have concerns, you've had 600 calls in the same time frame this year. So who has that been blamed on? So at the end of the day, we want to just try to make a difference and help folks because they're better off housed than sleeping in the street or in somebody's doorway, okay, trying to get out there and hustle. Thank you.
Thank you. And
then we do have our opposition speaker, who was Roxana Molina. You'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you. We are still opposing this permit. This was not held responsibly before. Yes, there were children, but it was not the majority of the people. The person that was running this shelter is claiming that it was mostly women, but you see in the audience, it's mostly men that are here. It was true, mostly men. And it's not that men are the criminals. It's just the lifestyle that these people have had, and they brought it out to the streets to attack our properties, our cars. We lived through that. So we ask you to please reconsider and don't allow to have this permit. It's not safe for us, and it's not safe for our community. They want to care for the community. They should have cared when the shelter was open under no permit. They never showed up to check on anybody, so they don't know exactly how many people were there. There were people that were not supposed to be there, that didn't have vouchers to be there, but they were let in by other people that were already staying there. We witnessed drug abuse, prostitution, and crime. We experienced it all. It's not fair to be living through that all over again. Please reconsider. Thank you.
thank you. Okay. Then I think at this point I will close the public hearing, and that means and bring it back to the commission for deliberation. Do you want to take a 5-minute break before we do that?
Chair, before you do that, I just want you to know that we have forwarded the proper city license.
We'll have we'll have a discussion with staff and they can bring that up at that time.
Terrific. And then also, if you want copies of the lease agreements and things, we have that as well, okay, to indicate exactly who was there and whatnot. Thank you.
Okay, do you want people feel like a 5-minute break? Get your head around this?
Sure.
So we'll be in recess for 5 minutes and I'll call the meeting back to order at about 8:21. Okay, I'd like to reconvene the Planning Commission meeting. If we could please have quiet in the audience, it would be much appreciated.
Chair Harrison, I wanted to point out, we just learned that I inadvertently did not call a speaker who had signed up. So I think it would be worthwhile to hear that speaker since they did sign up.
Let's do it.
All right, so our last speaker that we failed to call up before we close the public hearing, Sergio Joshua Vega Vargas, if you can come up and address the commission, and that'll be our last speaker before deliberation.
Hello. So, like, I know these people need a home. The need in the Bay Area for homes is big, but can you please let me speak? Okay, anyway. But I'll like maybe in a different area because like this area is filled with people under 18 mostly because we have a middle school near like other people said, and we have a preschool like about 2 blocks away or one. And there are like many buildings that are like away from like families and schools that are not in use and they can be used for that. But this area, I don't think it's appropriate. I know these people need a home, but like there's like better areas for it. Literally most of the Bay Area is literally available. Here we go again. So I just want to point out that there are people who just want to, all of us, everyone, it doesn't matter what status you are, we're all fighting to survive. We all go through hard situations. We all want to survive. But not, like some areas are more appropriate than this. Like some areas are like, have like rehabilitation centers near them.
Sergio, I'm sorry, but that's your time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. The public hearing is closed, and we're now going to have discussion among the commission members. So who wants to lead off with questions or comments? Gail, do you?
Hi. I would like to understand, because there's so many different organizations mentioned in these documents, who's running the show? How is this organized? Can you explain that to me?
So, Commissioner, we were approached by the City of Richmond in conjunction with agencies that contracted with the City of Richmond, Ways to Love, Housing Consortium of the East Bay, SOS, and so forth. They came and asked us to provide lease agreements for some of the rooms in our facility. We obliged them. They were providing the services in terms of looking at relocation, all those things, doing laundry, providing transportation, a lot of those things. So you had other agencies that were involved with the transition of these individuals from the Castro encampment.
Mr. Holmes, I think the question is moving forward.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Let me rephrase this a little bit.
Thank you.
And then I have another question for you. Who is accountable for the implementation of the programs at that specific site?
You mean moving forward? Yeah, it would be my
Yeah,
organization, yes.
say you
Yeah,
get-
it would be
say
me.
you get
It
this.
would be me as the executive director, correct.
Okay, so you guys have to contract with whatever organizations are going to provide social work, job training, transportation, counseling, whatever.
Yes, and so let me just give you, and I try to lay this out in my response to your questions, some of the questions to the commission earlier. So typically what happens for the nonprofit world, and I'm sure you have some familiarity, but typically what happens is that we would respond to a solicitation process, a public solicitation process, whether it's from the city of Richmond, whether it's from Contra Costa County, whether it's the State Department of Corrections, whatever, federal government. They have various criteria that must be followed. Those criteria will be followed because that is the predicate for funding. And obviously, staffing is a part of that. The other aspect of this thing, particularly if you're looking at folks that are coming from the parole probation world, is that they have a parole agent or parole officer that comes and then will do visitations and things of that particular, and that they're responsible and accountable to basically go ahead and check in on a weekly basis. Okay, and so there's a veritable cornucopia of situations that happen, but at the end of the day, when they're in the facility, moving forward, if they are not doing what they're supposed to do, keeping their appointments, not coming in before, not in before curfew and those other kinds of things, then they will be excluded from the program.
So you're responsible.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I was trying to
Sorry.
get to. That's okay. And then I have a second question. You've referred to leasing a couple of times. Are you referring to leasing the whole building?
No. So let me just quantify this situation. And so when we were approached with this situation, that is what the request was from those agencies and from the city. They wanted individual leases for those individuals to stay in our facility. So that put us in a landlord situation where they had their own particular lease agreement, and with us, and the city had a copy of that as well as HCEB, the housing navigators, and all these other folks. They basically dictated the terms of that. We wrote them down. Some had pets and things of that particular nature, the kids, all that kind of stuff. And so everything was in there. And the programming aspect, Ways to Love, was the organization that was in charge of that. And they would come and meet at our building on a weekly basis and to ensure that individuals were doing what they were supposed to do relative to the program and the case management that they were set up for.
Okay, so how does this work with reference to City of Richmond rental rules? And this is called emergency housing, so I am assuming that there is a time limit on these leases? Or
I think the situation will be different in that they're now submitting a request to be an emergency shelter. And so it will have to have the definition that regardless of income, they will need to operate. So I think, Mr. Holmes, maybe moving forward, you could talk about how obviously leasing won't be, but maybe having contracts with social service agencies to provide the service. So maybe you could talk.
I get that part. I'm talking about the people who are going to live there. If you have somebody come in and you're calling it an emergency, is there a limit on the amount of time they can stay in the facility?
Yes, by definition, the ordinance does have a restriction on time frame.
Ballpark?
Yes, that would be 6 months or less for
Okay.
each occupant.
All right, so then you guys have to oversee that and ensure that that happens, that those people have a place to go.
Right. And again, a lot of that is predicated on funding availability. And usually what happens is that even they try to really, within 3 months, transition folks into permanent housing, given vocational situations and permanent employment and things of that particular nature. That's the kind of way the state, the county, and all of these funding streams are leaning towards right now. They want a housing first situation and then provide the necessary program modalities consistent with rehabilitation afterwards.
Could I follow up with a question? Just kind of piggybacking on Director Velasco's comment about moving forward, and what has happened in the past. Can you describe clearly what the difference will be between the program moving forward and what it was in 2023?
Well, yeah, clearly, just from an elucidation standpoint, the program there will be totally different. So the program, well, I'm not even gonna say it wasn't a program. It wasn't a program by us. We were basically the landlords. We were providing the service in terms of renting out the facilities or providing lease agreements. The programs, the programming was done by the aforementioned nonprofits that were associated and had contracts with the city of Richmond.
Okay.
Okay, moving forward, it would be our program, we would run it, and we would have all the necessary program modalities as well as all the rules and regulations in place, such as making sure you're in before curfew, making sure you're maintaining and keeping all your appointments with all the appropriate individuals, participating in all the programming, all those things that are necessary to help them transition to that next phase.
And who hires and supervises the management staff and the security staff?
That would be us. It's our agency. It's our building. It's our agency. We're going to hire those individuals.
Thank you.
So will there still be a lease agreement?
No, no. Again, let me just be very clear. The lease situation happened that's what they requested of us. We actually did them a favor. Okay, we did the city of Richmond a favor and all those associated nonprofits that were working with the city of Richmond, okay? And they came to us. So that lease stuff, we're doing programming. Program is not going to be associated with leasing, and the difference is, in terms of the program, if you are not complying with the program rules and regulations and the guidelines, then you're going to be out.
Are you going to own the building going forward, or are you going to rent it or whatever from the current
No.
owner?
It's the building is going to be. We're going to maintain the building. It's our building. Yeah.
You're going to maintain it, but are you also going to be the owners?
Yes.
So you're either buying it or something?
Yes.
Okay.
Will the tenants be paying rent?
There won't be a rent. It'll be a program situation, and that program is going to be augmented, supplemented by the funding stream, whether it's the State Department of Corrections, Parole Division, whether it's county probation, or whether it's the city or the federal government. All that is within the program modalities that are going to be required and fulfill the requirements of the funding stream.
Through the chair, if I may, I wanted to give the housing manager, Jesus Morales, an opportunity to speak. The city has been referred to as a party to the previous shelter and perhaps moving forward, and I was hoping that Jesus Morales can speak to that a little bit in terms of the city's past and future involvement in the shelter.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Not really.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
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 Right. So just a couple of points to clarify. Like Lonnie mentioned, the city did approach him sometime back in 2023. We were looking to temporarily house some of the Castro residents while we were looking to place them in permanent housing. And so having met him previously, contemplating, he was looking at that project to develop it into some form of affordable housing. And again, when we were looking to temporarily move the Castro residents out of the encampment into temporary housing while we were working with them to find housing, we did approach him. And because our assistance was based on providing individual assistance, rental assistance, and services to the individuals, that's why the situation was having leases for all of the individuals that were going to be housed over at 37th Street. At some point, fire department said it was an unsafe facility for residential occupation. So then that's when we moved people out around August, September of 2023. Moving forward, it's not clear whether we would use a facility or not, as Mr. Holmes has mentioned, program and contracting with other services. We have a different approach now. We actually have a site that we use as a navigation center where we place people in transitional housing while we work with them and provide them services and then place them in stabilized housing. So that's the situation as it was when we started putting people there, but going forward, we're looking to do that differently than we were doing it at that point in time.
What would be the difference, Mr. Manager, moving forward?
Well, the difference would be that, again, using that facility was sort of an emergency. We were needing to take people out of the Castro encampment, and we needed a place to be able to place a number of people. The way we're approaching it now, we actually have a local motel where we have reserved a number of rooms, where as we're working with the unhoused clients, we're able to place them at this one place and then able to deliver services to them. So again, this was a one-of-a-kind situation because of what we were trying to do at that point in time. I don't foresee that occurring again. So I don't know that we would need to use this facility for what we did that first time around.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Commissioner Brubaker, I'll just add too that a lot of the programming that we are able to offer is grant funded. And so unless additional funds are secured, what types of programs we're able to offer is dependent on resources we receive. In addition, I guess I'll just note that if they are successful in getting permitted and they use the continuum of care system, then any client that is reached out to in the city, that is looking to be placed into a shelter, then through that system, they could be used, but it wouldn't be something similar to what we had previously done.
Yeah, and Commissioner, I may just add that that was a one-off, as Jesus mentioned, it was an emergency situation that we all tried to collaborate on and try to make work temporarily so that those individuals could then be placed into permanent housing. Was it a perfect situation? No, it was not, but it worked. Most of those individuals were again. But when the facility by the fire department was shut down, then individuals started going, they were placed at hotels and they bounced from hotel to hotel and so forth and so on. So
another follow-up, sorry, everyone. Just wondering if you have any thoughts or predictions about the ratio of women and children families moving forward in a shelter like you're proposing?
Commissioner, we have a state license for substance abuse at another facility. We have another facility. We're state licensed. And so we are bound and duty bound to follow all the state regulations and what we're doing. And so in terms of moving forward, what's going to happen again, the predicate here is going to be the funding stream. And I may add that we have, Joanne Tang's here, who's the building owner, who's also a member of CPSA, and in terms of moving forward. So we're committed to working with the funding streams that are going to have so that we can have the best and the biggest impact in terms of the need within the city of Richmond.
I'm hearing that you don't have a prediction.
We don't have a prediction? No, because we have a separate facility for women and children now. Okay? And so this facility here, we're looking at probably having for families or men, and so we're vacillating, we're going back and forth on it. But again, what the predicate is the funding stream.
You already have a facility for women and children. Is that the same as the one that you just mentioned for substance abuse?
Yes.
I see.
Mm-hmm. We're state licensed, yes.
And what is the name of that facility? Curious.
It's called the Starlight Home.
What is it?
Starlight Home.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure we'll get you back up here again, but I think we'll.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Move on for any other questions.
Yeah, I have some for staff. Excuse me. Regarding parking, so can you walk me through how? So I saw that on the staff report there was a conversation about the the accessible parking stall, that it's not van accessible because there's no space for that, and now seems like there's only space for 2 stalls, and it requires two members of the management team to carpool, and yeah, could you just walk me through how we got to the solution for this parking situation?
Yes, so the original proposal actually proposed 3 total parking spaces, one of which was an accessible space. And in the staff report for the June 6th hearing, it was recommended that those spaces be reduced to 2, given that, as proposed, additional space was needed for a space abutting the refuse area, as well as just general maneuverability. So the original proposal was 3 spaces. Staff recommendation was that it be brought to 2. And the graphic here on the dais is, or rather on the screen, is an example of a redesigned parking area from the applicant. So essentially the 2 space, as could be designed, would meet the 33% less of estimated demand. However, where it gets more complicated, this is if, again, that 2-person management team is carpooling, there's only 1 security person and 1 on-site provider at a time. If any additional staff members were required on-site at one time, there would be a higher requirement for parking and therefore that additional use permit.
Yeah, it seems like that's, well, it's a little bit of a big assumption that they can carpool. Right now, I have a 2-person management team, 1 security personnel, 1 pro officer that might check in the daytime, and 1 or more service providers. Judging from what we've heard from the residents and the email correspondence, it seems like parking has been an issue of using the parking lot both off street and on street for other activities other than parking. So I do have a concern on the parking situation, because even with 3 stalls with a tandem parking spot, it might not be enough. And yeah, that's my comment so far.
And if I understand related to that, the direction of a permit, a conditional use permit, it doesn't add any more spaces. It just says, yeah, you're not going to be able to meet your parking standards, so park 1 or 2 on the lot and find spaces in the street for the rest. That's basically what it says.
Correct. So the additional use permit required for a reduction in parking, which, as Commissioner He mentioned, it's likely that that additional use permit would be required. Essentially, just those same requirements, the findings required for the conditional use permit would need to be met also specifically for the reduced parking.
Could I add to this discussion just an interpretation? So the staff is saying if the situation is that there's not a lot of on-site additional management, then this parking situation is allowable. And it's only if there's additional service providers on site that then a use permit would be needed. So is there some possibility that we could approve a project like this, and because it's not known about the service provider situation in the future, that could expand, and then the applicant would need to come back for a use permit at that time? Can we approve
Secretary
this project?
Brubaker, you're correct that you can approve it as proposed. And if the applicant were to come back or we were to find out that there's more employees at the location, then that would trigger an amendment to the use permit and then would come back to the
I
commission.
can see a benefit to that process in that it returns to the planning commission at some point in the future. So rather than including a use permit for the reduced parking now, if at least it's possible that we could approve it without that parking use permit and then have that be required depending on management.
Does Richmond have any kind of a program by which they can lease off-site parking from somebody else so that and could we require that they lease XYZ number of spaces? This is just our discussion, but I guess that's, do we have that?
Yeah, I can look at the code section, but I believe we can have required parking within a certain distance from the subject property, but in terms of the specific standards, I think one thing for the commission to consider is it sounds like additional staffing and support would be beneficial to the project, and so adding additional parking could be prohibitive to that and I guess not incentivize the presence of more staffing for the facility, so having an option to locate and lease or get off-site parking that would serve the site would be beneficial.
Is that an expense you'd be willing to absorb?
Commissioners, before we get into talking about expenses, I just want to point out that across the street, the auto mechanic business has about 20 cars that are parked on the street at a given time, even in front of our building. And they park on Bissell. And so, when you start looking at parking, and we've had individuals park over at in the courthouse as well, okay, during regular business hours. But from the parking standpoint, on 37th, there's ample parking. But, for us to, when we start talking about the parking, off-street parking, and the mechanic shop has 20 cars, 15, 20 cars on the street at a given time, it just,
Thank you. I guess that's a code enforcement issue that maybe staff will bring up with the code enforcement team. Okay.
Do you have questions?
Go ahead.
Commissioner Heath, did you finish your questions?
I have one more. Staff, you presented the data of, I guess, police calls for 2023 and 2024. Is there data for the years before 2023, before the operation of the shelter?
It's possible. What we requested were those dates to be pulled based from the site, but I do believe that data before that time frame would be available.
I think that would be helpful to the commission as well.
Through the chair, Commissioner here, is there an interest in a specific time range? We definitely have data. We would just need to specify the specific time range you're interested in.
Let's just say for the 2 years before, 2021 and 2022.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
You really want to?
Actually, that's all COVID.
That's not going to be good data.
Let's. Could we start from 2019 if possible?
Noted.
Thank you.
Mr. Brubaker, you got another question?
I think I do have some.
If I may, I just want to quantify and clarify that the specific time frame that we're open, and prior to that, that the building was occupied by another nonprofit. Okay, that was renting the building. Okay, so when you start looking at a data analysis from the police department, I don't know that there's going to be any congruency with what you're referring to in terms of looking at the number of calls or whatever the case may be. There'll be calls in general like they are right now. Okay, I just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, can I go? Yeah. Question for staff. What was it that led, because in June 6th, we had a recommendation that there should be 16 beds, and now there's a recommendation it's 24 or 25, or that it's not a recommendation, but it's a statement that the zoning now allows up to 24 or 25 beds in the facility of this size. What changed between those two events?
Yes, it's a good question. Although I wasn't here during the meeting, and maybe Lena can back me up, but what I understood from watching it online was that there's a state law that prohibits limiting the number of residents at the location if the zoning code specifies a limitation already. And so I understand that the zoning does have a limitation of up to 25. We do have Pam Lee from our city attorney's office, and she could expand on what I just said.
Right. At the June 6th meeting, we clarified that because it was an emergency shelter, certain aspects of the government code are applicable, and specifically government code 65583, subdivision A 4B limits the type of standards that can be applicable to emergency shelters. And one of them is, specific objective standards, the maximum number of beds, security, parking, et cetera. And based on that, the maximum number of beds, having the objective standards being quantified in the zoning code as 25, we could not reduce it below 25.
Okay, thank you. Some additional questions probably for the applicant. One is that there's a step leading up to the front entry of the building. Is that going to be made accessible in the renovation?
I'm sorry, Commissioner, could you rephrase that, please? Okay, great. Okay, great.
There is a step at the front entrance, as you're absolutely correct. And because that is right at the property line, we could not provide a means of making the front entrance accessible, but we have provided accessible access through the rear yard, through the courtyard. We have an accessible ramp. There's one there right now that was probably done for the law offices and other organizations that previously occupied it. That's not up to current code, so we've redesigned it for accessibility through the rear courtyard. We will provide the appropriate signage. This is not unusual in urban buildings that are built right to the front, to the property line, that the front entrance is not accessible. We will provide the appropriate signage directing people with disability to go around to the back entrance, which will be fully wheelchair accessible.
But I understand that you understand that that's not an ideal situation. An equivalent facilitation would say that people in wheelchairs should be able to enter the front of the building. Right. Instead of, I mean, especially if you look at your floor plan, you have to wind through a hallway and around the side to get into the front lobby. So I would imagine that there's a way to cut a ramp into the existing concrete landing, that it would not be extending into the sidewalk.
I don't see a way of doing that physically. The building front facade is right up at the street property, so we would have to remove a pretty significant section of the building to provide that accessible ramp. And the way that this building is structured, the footing is actually set back a foot from the exterior wall, so we would have to cut roughly a 4-foot swath, about 20 or 25 feet long, into the building, into the structure. So we would have to take out well over 100 square feet, plus the landings. We'd probably have to take out almost 200 square feet. That also coincides with the interior corridors, because this odd building has the corridors on the perimeter of the building rather than into the building. So I think we would be, and this is mostly a building code issue because they're the ones who enforce accessibility in California. We would have to agree that providing the preferable front entrance at the front door would be an unreasonable hardship for the project to do that. My experience in the past is that ripping out 200 square feet, including the corridors of the building, would be considered an unreasonable hardship on the building.
I'm sorry, I don't want to belabor it, but there's a lobby there that's open air.
It's not open air. That's an enclosed lobby. That's inside the building.
So are you putting a new wall where there's an existing gate?
There's doors behind that gate. Sorry, there's a gate there. There's a rolling gate, but there are regular glass storefront doors behind that gate, directly behind, like 6 inches behind the door.
I see.
So,
Okay, another question for you before you leave. You are providing fire sprinklers
yes,
and alarms per
Yes.
code. That is part of the project.
right. The fire marshal has insisted on that. We tried our best.
The exterior of the building is in poor shape. The wood, the paint is peeling from the wood.
Yeah.
Is that intended to be repaired and repainted?
We've agreed with the owner that there would be any wood that's clearly very dilapidated would be replaced. Wood that is just in poor paint would be repainted, and the kind of weird exposed pebbles stucco would be power washed and cleaned.
Okay, thank you.
I got one further question. So I see that, so I have a question about the programming of the bedrooms themselves. So I see that for a 200 square foot bedroom, more or less, you're proposing 4 occupants, it's showing 3 beds. I'm wondering if if you're proposing a bunk bed or?
Correct.
You're proposing 1 bunk bed and 2, okay. Thank you.
I thought, as I was reading through materials here, there was a discussion about the number of supervisors and/or security staff, that the number needed changes as the number of tenants increases above 11 or 12. Did I read that in here somewhere? Yeah, you did. So it seemed like they would need, if they have up to 25 residents, they're going to need two supervisorial staff. And I don't know if that's 24/7 or just, I don't know. But certainly during the periods of time when they're above 11 or 12, I can't remember, whatever the number was it gave us. Was it 15? 15? So.
I'd like to defer that to our contract staff.
So I believe the requirement that you're referring to was actually in the letter submitted by the applicant. So that's a similar code that I believe was taken from either a transitional housing or the state of California, but not specifically for emergency shelters. So that was actually borrowed from a different use from state of California, but not necessarily applicable to this project. Not required for this project, I should say.
Okay, so, but there is a state guideline, if you will, that says that could make sense to do.
Yes.
Okay.
But you're saying that the emergency housing rules don't require that? Or do we know?
I do. Yeah, I can't confirm that.
So we don't know what the required staffing is.
Through the chair, if I can defer that
But I'm
question
going to
to our
bet that
city
Mr.
attorney.
Holmes knows.
Yeah, maybe.
Right. The information and the response that CPSA provided talks about day and night care with respect to the type of uses that are related to day and night care, and that doesn't necessarily translate to emergency shelters, as the contract planner had said. So there isn't really a specific objective standard with respect to the staffing. If you do go by the CPSA and the California Code of Regulations that were cited, I believe it said 10 staff for every 10 residents. And so if there is a maximum of 25 residents that are there, that would mean 3 staff members during the daytime and 2 staff members during the evening time, which would then put the requirement for parking as a more, I believe it would be 4 spots instead of 3, which would, with the 33% reduction, would make it 3 minimum required spots instead of 2. But at this time, because we don't know what the number of residents will be, and it's not necessarily applicable to emergency shelters, that's why we didn't put that requirement into the staff report.
So the worst case scenario is 25 people, or the best case scenario, depending on how you're looking at it, I guess. So as a planning commission, would it be prudent for us to make the assumption that we should require staffing to deal with that potential maximum number of residents, or do we not really have the authority to make that requirement as a city?
I would suggest that since the ask tonight is to provide direction to staff to come back at a later meeting for a
Right.
formal
Well, then
action,
that's
that's an area that we could further dig into
Great.
and bring our recommendation to
great.
you at that time.
Thank you.
Right. That could be part of the condition of approval. To the extent that they have a specific number of residents, we would require the requisite number of staff and parking. And then if it triggers that amount, they would have to provide the required number of parking spots and potentially get the CUP.
We have another item tonight, and I noticed in that item a couple of general plan policies that one was related to economic development about well-maintained neighborhoods and public spaces, and another one, land use 5.3, about land use compatibility. Those aren't referenced in respect to this project. I'm curious, how do you decide which policies are relevant? Because it seems like since we've had so much discussion about is this use compatible at this location, that ought to be one that staff is considering. That's sort of my question, is should it be considered by staff, and give us some feedback on that?
So the consistency with the general plan is typically addressed when there is a recommended action to either approve or deny. Since there's no recommended action other than to provide direction, the analysis about general plan consistency would depend on the direction. If you are directing us to deny it, then we would look at the general plan for policy justification for that denial, and vice versa. If you were to direct us to approve it, there would be policy direction in the general plan that we could take and bring back to you for that.
I guess I'd ask you to look into whether or not that land use compatibility one should be looked at regardless of what direction we go. It may only apply if there is a denial, but it may also apply if there's an approval. And what should we be doing to minimize any impacts on the neighborhood? That seems to be the crux of the whole issue here, is what do we do if this goes forward? How do we minimize what it does to the neighborhood? And that, I mean, if you want to have to justify it based upon something in our planning regulations, it seems like the general plan policy would be the way to go. So I would ask you to dig into that a little bit.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And if I could add, to the extent that you're looking to potentially approve or deny this, with the approval aspect, I know that one of the largest concerns from the residents and surrounding community is the fact that there needs to be additional safety and security personnel. And that was one thing that if you are going to be approving, that we were requesting specific direction from the commission, to the extent that you think maybe one on-time or on-staff security officer be present at all times during the day, maybe 2 in the evening or 2 during the day and 2 at night. That type of direction would be welcome as well, because I do think that addresses one of the objective standards that the city is allowed to address as part of these standards. I know with the consistency finding with the general plan, that does bring a little bit of confusion with respect to whether it's objective versus whether it's discretionary and subjective. And so if we want to be able to stick with a lot of these requirements, what does the commission think? And potentially with input from, our law enforcement, what the requisite number of safety personnel that would render this project safe and in line with what the community's needs are.
Yeah, I don't know if we want to put forward our suggested numbers. Is that what you're thinking we should do? Yeah, if we're going to move forward with this, if this project moves forward towards approval, you would want us to give.
I think we would want at least direction with respect to the security personnel. What, not necessarily what number, because I don't think we are necessarily relying on you to be our safety experts, but with input from the law enforcement, as well as the applicant, what we believe would be an appropriate number of security personnel that would be appropriate for the situation during the daytime and nighttime hours.
Okay, well.
And you could direct us to provide more information on that.
We'll circle back on that one here, I guess, at some point.
Do we have members
Yeah.
of the law enforcement in attendance today?
We do have 2 police officers. However, I'm not sure how familiar they are with this particular site, but we can definitely see if they have anything to share. We do have Lieutenant Decius. Lieutenant Decius, if you're able to potentially speak to this particular site.
And good evening, Lieutenant Donovan Decius. I will be honest, this is a new topic for me in terms of this project. So before I make public comment, I would like to look at it myself and kind of do more of a critical analysis. I don't want to sit here and tell you one thing and then be totally off base, if that makes sense.
Thank you, Lieutenant. And I would add that I think the officer that was present at the first meeting was Matt Stormbreaker, so we can check back with him and include his recommendations as part of the direction that you give us for the next meeting.
Thank you.
I'd like to add to the discussion. So I note in the packet, there is an email from Thursday, May 2nd, from Michelle Milam to the City Council. And Ms. Milam is Richmond PD. And it said, thank you for the outreach. I would agree with you that the plans that are going forward need to include additional on-site supports and safety measures. So it appears as though RPD is already thinking that this project needs some kind of additional safety measures as part of it. The response was, as I see it, thank you. I wonder if you could meet sometime at the site to talk and better understand it. I don't know the outcome of that, but it does seem as though there's significant attention to this issue and support for security measures.
And certainly as part of that discussion, number and location of cameras would be important if this project were to go forward. There was a comment about queuing of the tenants, like they shouldn't queue in the lobby or something. They need to be able to queue only inside the building, I think is what basically was a requirement. I'm wondering if that can be, something like that could be expanded to say no gathering in the front yard. Is that something that can be, or is that going beyond? Is there no front yard? No. Then I guess it would be no queuing on or gathering on the sidewalk. Since it's a public area, can we make that kind of a condition?
I defer that to Pam, if you could speak on whether that's an area that we could condition.
I believe that for public safety and access purposes, because queuing in the front would ultimately mean that they're in the way of the right of way and the sidewalk, and for ADA access and general pedestrian and biking purposes, we could condition that as well. There would be a place that the applicant would have to require to allow queuing and that sort of provision, but I believe that there are additional areas within the building itself that that could occur. So we could look into that and provide an additional condition that would address those concerns.
I'd appreciate that.
May I make a comment on that? The state enacting law, as I recall, the legislation actually requires that sufficient space be provided not in the public right-of-way for queuing at these facilities. So we would either have the lobby as a queuing space and or the back courtyard as a queuing space behind fences. So we have two locations for queuing that are not in the public way. And that's actually because that is required by the enacting legislation for emergency shelters.
It seems like that may address some of the neighborhood concern about people being in locations they shouldn't be in, and when they're in those locations, potentially harassing the neighborhood. So if they're queuing inside, they can't be out in front. That would be I'm seeing that as a way you could mitigate that just a little bit more. And that's just what I'm thinking. I don't know anybody else agrees or not, but that's.
I can also just say, in terms of security, there's already an extensive security system within the building, and I have talked with the owner about that, of providing additional camera security on the top of the building or on the exterior walls of the building. You know, again, that's sort of a passive security system. It doesn't stop things as they take place, but it does provide law enforcement additional tools. And the owner's perfectly willing to provide additional security cameras on various parts of the building.
Great, thank you. Other questions from other commissioners? I'll kind of go through my notes here real quick. Okay, go ahead, please.
So picking up, continuing the security camera conversation. So, you know, in case the residents of the street will need to access the footage, is there a channel, or is there a method for them to, you know, go through that, or do they have to submit a police report and handle it in an official manner?
Access to the camera footage, which is 360 degrees around the building, has already been provided to the city of Richmond and all the other individuals who previously were involved in the project. And so if there needs to be access to camera footage, it's not going to be a problem. It's provided. Okay, we have camera footage right now for whatever there's something that happens. And that's why I would say that there was something that happened, we go back and look at the camera footage. But we do have it available for whoever wants to see it if they're given the fact that there's an issue.
Thank you.
One of the things we're suggesting here is that there would be inspections. Who would do those?
I think it would be helpful to understand what you would like covered in those inspections, and it may be a myriad of departments involved. I mean, if you're looking fire department, and certainly the CUP can also have report backs on an annual basis, biannual basis, every 5 years, to the commission, similar to what we've done with other use permits, to report on information that the commission is looking to obtain.
Okay. You have a question? Go ahead.
I just have a last comment. I think before the next meeting, I would hope staff and applicant can arrive at a number of personnel on site. Seems like the current estimate right now is rather fluid, right? You know, minus the, well, seems like there needs to be a 3-person management team from code, and the security personnel seems like something that the commission and the police department will have a conversation on. But in terms of service providers and all the programmings that the applicant is providing on site, and the parole offers, the number of number and the schedule of parole officers, that I hope is something that staff and applicant can provide clear number and even schedule for. So we can, you know, arrive at a more accurate estimate of staff, and also we would need to use that number for our parking evaluation as well. Thank you.
Okay. So we've been asked to provide staff with some kind of direction, and the options are direction to, in other words, that we're leaning for approval or we're leaning for denial. I'm not asking for a vote right now. I think we won't take that until we have the final package in front of us, but I am asking if each of you is willing to sort of mention which direction you're leaning, so that we can use that to help staff put together the package that we would be expecting. So does anybody, I'd like to see if you could you know, where are you heading on this?
I could start. Beginning with kind of a plea to the neighborhood to have an understanding that we are really struggling with this issue. But I personally do feel that there's a need for shelter facilities throughout the city and including on this site. So I'm leaning towards approval with as many measures in place to ensure the security and well-being of the neighborhood.
Can I ask another question?
You bet.
Because there was a gentleman who brought up the thing about convicted, molesters having to register with the courthouse. So there's already kids at risk in that area, and I'm just wondering if in the conditions there can't be some way to consider what needs to be done to really protect the kids.
Yeah.
And I don't have any immediate ideas, but I appreciated the call out on that.
So at this point, you're not leaning one way or another.
I'm really conflicted. I'm split right down the middle.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand
Yeah, to me, it was a
single
absolutely-
mom, homeless for like 2 weeks at one point in my life. So I've done this.
Yeah, it seems like there was a horrific situation a couple years ago, and it seems that there's an effort to do it right this time. But that's a real leap of faith for the neighborhood. I'm not sure the neighborhood is willing to take that. I'm sure there are other locations. I don't know how you track them down. Yeah. So I guess if we can get this thing conditioned very tightly, I could probably support it. But if we can't get the right kind of conditions, I would not, because we cannot leave this neighborhood without some protections and assurances that they're going to have protection and recourse if things don't go the way we're hearing it will go. So, and that maybe those inspections are the basis of that recourse. And we have to solve the parking problem.
Right.
Also.
I don't think I'm leaning one way or the other at the moment. I do think there needs to be more affordable housing in the city and the region and the whole state. And but the concern about safety is there. Is not unfounded. So, I believe more needs to be worked out. Either through continued conversation and pretty robust conditions of approval, and a strong program of inspection, periodic inspection after the approval, if it is approved. And I would like to make my decision after seeing the new package and the updates.
Well, you're only going to prepare stuff that for an approval or a denial. You're not going to do both.
That is correct, although I would add that, if we do come back with a recommendation of approval, we definitely can prepare what we think are robust conditions, and based on the information that's presented to you, then you can decide whether to go with that action or an action to deny it.
I think that's my preference of how to proceed, is put together a very tight package and let us decide if it is tight enough to give the neighborhood some relief from their concerns. You'll never relieve them all, and rightfully so. They have a neighborhood that they're very, has been their home for a long time, and this has been a really bad experience previously, and we're hoping that the new version will be done in a much better way. So that would, I'd say move it forward on this tight package supporting approval.
I think I can agree on that to see what, the best that the project can offer, with all the concerns in mind, right?
Okay.
We can certainly do that, and know that your approval or your denial is never final until you make that vote. And so whatever way you go, no matter what we present, there's always another option until the actual vote happens. So
Great.
we'll certainly move in that direction.
Thank you. Do you need further from us?
Could I add, it is just to summarize, I know you have already been taking notes, additional security personnel and measures, access to camera footage is a pretty good one, I think. Parking requirements need to be sorted out, and that has to do with the number of personnel. But probably assuming more personnel than less makes sense. Having a program to report back to Planning Commission, an update. And then I was wondering, I don't know that we've discussed this, but it does seem that the neighbors don't have any place to go when something happens, no one to talk to. Or that has been the case in the past. And I wonder if there could be some kind of condition that there's a liaison to the neighborhood that speaks Spanish, that is part of the operating team at the shelter.
Good idea. You think that gives you enough to work with?
I think so, yeah. We've been definitely taking notes. I know the contract planner has been taking notes. So additional security, looking at cameras, looking at the parking situation, personnel, basically a program to report back to the Planning Commission, and identifying a potential liaison to the neighborhood that folks can get in contact with.
So what timeline do you see? A month, 2 weeks?
I would recommend that you continued the meeting to a date uncertain, and we'll go ahead and get together with our contract staff, our legal staff, and go ahead and talk to our applicant to decide.
The neighborhood, perhaps?
Correct. And so then we can have a good amount of time to put together a good package for you to consider.
Can I have a motion then to continue this item to a date uncertain?
I can move.
A second.
All right, do we need a roll call, or can we just do a vocal? Okay, let's go for it.
Vice Chair Harrison,
Yes?
Secretary Brubaker,
Yes.
Commissioner He,
Yes.
and Commissioner Timmons.
Yes.
That motion carries.
Okay, one down and one to go. Do you want to take another break, or just go for it?
Who wants a break? How about a short one?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I would note that when we come back, if we feel that the meeting is going to go beyond 10:30, there would be a vote needed to extend the meeting beyond that time.
Okay.
No way to know, is there?
No way to know. Okay, we'll be back in session at 9:30. Thank you all. In just a couple of minutes, so if you're here for the next item, if you could take your seat and discontinue conversations.
I got a quick question.
or not, we'll let you know. But so hopefully within the next 2 or 3 minutes, we'll have an answer. What
Chair Harrison. Thank you for your patience, everyone. We are back up and running, so we can resume when you're ready.
Good news. Okay, I will reconvene the Planning Commission meeting for July 18th. We're moving on to item 2, the Wave Karaoke Club PLN 23-67. It's a public hearing to consider a request for a conditional use permit to operate a karaoke club and have on and off sale beer and wine. We've been asked by the applicant's team if we can move the public comment ahead of the staff report so that those of you who wish to comment, who have been waiting for several hours, can go first, and then if you want to hang around for the staff report, you can. I should also advise you that at 10:30, we are going to have to, we as a commission will vote whether we want to continue the meeting tonight or, continue meeting tonight or move the finishing of the meeting to another night. So this may end up around 10:30 and not be done. We may decide to go to midnight and finish it up. So we'll figure all that out here shortly. So if the applicants, I guess we're going to open the public hearing so we can have speakers related to this project to begin the item.
Thank you, Vice Chair Harrison. So we will start with speakers in favor, and then in the meantime, if members of the audience joining us online can queue up and use the raise hand feature to indicate that you would like to speak on this item. So our first speaker for item number 2 is Charlie Slokey. If you can approach the podium, you'll have 2 minutes. Okay, I will come back to that just in case they come back. Pam Saucer.
Pam had to leave on an emergency. As I was mentioning to the planning director, is it possible for me to speak on her behalf? That's why I was sticking around. Okay, thank you.
Glenn Nate.
Excuse me?
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Commissioners. Listen, I'm in favor of the karaoke club. It provides cultural enrichment. It provides, obviously, tax revenue to the city of Richmond, and it provides revenue to the surrounding businesses. It also makes the dreams come true for people who want to be singers like myself, who don't necessarily have the ability, but at least we try. I try. Okay, so that's why I'm in favor of the karaoke band. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Glenn Nate. And it appears that they are not present. Hai Ching Wu. And I can come back to that speaker. Hai Hong Wu. I'll also come back to that speaker. Yao Lu. Great.
Am I okay to speak right now? All right, cool. When I was young, I want to become a singer, but somehow at my home, at the school, we don't have those kind of stuff place to let me to practice, Since I moved to America, I do not have a lot of friends, but I enjoy singing. But I don't have such a place like karaoke back then. Now, the Richmond, the place, Wave Club, I heard the news, and that's a great place to attract me so I can have a place too. Even though when I grow old, I have another job, but singing is part of my life. So it's kind of cool to have that new place to open so I can go over there to, to make my life more happy besides the high pressure of the work right now, the economy goes down. So hopefully, yeah, that's a place open so I can go and enjoy the life. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Ki-Ping Chen.
Hi, my name is Ki-Ping Chen. I often feel the boring at home, so I spot the
Wave karaoke.
yeah, I spot the Wave Cup open. Thank you.
I'm going to try my best here. Yao Ling Chen.
Hi. I think the Richmond city is the safety city, so I want to spend time with my family to to sing the karaoke here. So please just approve the wave cup. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Yu Chen. I'll come back to the name. Huina Chen. I could come back to that as well. Seung Zeng, Z-E-N-G.
Hello, hello. My name is Don, and I would like to translate for him and the people in the back. So some of them they don't speak fluent English, so I'm just going to be a little bit translated. 你話我傾偈啦，你講你我傾偈講咩樣啊？話你支持，我支持 support。Okay, so he fully support. Hope Wave Karaoke gonna be open. So he agreed to this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Stephen Zhu.
Hi, good evening. My name is Steven. I think Richmond City is the nice place, safe city, better than San Francisco and Oakland. That's why we need a place to have parties and everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Yuan Bin Tan, T-A-N on the last name.
That's going to be me. And I fully agree, and hopefully Richmond can have a good entertainment like Wave Karaoke. I hope this place is going to bring us a lot of entertainment and fun. Thank you.
Yung Lee Tan. I'll come back to that as well. Oh, I see.
我支持喺呢全民開酒吧，等我同啲朋友多啲聚會。
He agrees to this project so he could have more entertainment with his friends and families. Thank you. Thank you. Oh.
Thank you.
And then the next person just put their first name, I believe, spelled R-A-U, Rau, or it could be P-A-U.
Hi, my name is Pan Chan, and my daughter is really like a sing a song, and she want to be a singer. So I hope you guys can approve the business. That's why we can have the lovely place go on the weekend. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Jeff Chu. I will come back to that speaker. Yao Wen Chen. W-A-O-W-E-N, or Y-A-O-W-E-N. I'm sorry, Chen. I'll come back to that. Yu Wing Se, last name T-S-E.
Hi, my name is Yuring. Actually, I support the Wave Karaoke Cup because, like in the Richmond City, it's like very boring place. If open the karaoke cup, we can have a lot entertainment and work environment like opportunity. Yeah, so I support this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then the next speaker is Sagat Chung. And if I can ask the speakers to adjust the mic so that you're speaking directly in the mic and we could hear you well. So again, Sagat Chung, and last name spelled C-H-E-U-N-G. If not, the next speaker would be Maggie Zhang.
说开一个 KTV，可以有朋友过生日的时候有个地方可以去庆祝。然后还有就是，比如说周末的时候大家有时候吃完饭有个地方可以去，就因为有些很多餐厅会关得很早，然后我们想去有一个 KTV 的地方可以唱歌，可以喝酒，可以聚会这样。你先讲。
So she would like a place for after dinner, and she can go hang out with friends, families, because out here all the restaurant, restaurant, they close like 9, so they prefer a place that open a little bit later than after 9.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And also 生日也可以，就是庆祝生日的地方。
She also would like a place for to celebrate birthdays,
Yeah.
some special days. Thank you.
And also 就是不想有时候在家里吵到人，这个有开个 KTV 是觉得让我们有更好的选择，可以玩得比较尽兴，不会在家里吵到任何人去别的地方怎么样
So she also would like to have a karaoke because she don't want to get too loud at home, make her family's thing is too noisy, so she would like a private place to hang out with friends and celebrate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hui Deng, first name Hui. Okay. And then Angela Yi, last name Ye.
Hi, good morning. My name is Angela. I want you guys to approve this project because we want like Monday to Friday, all everybody's work hard. We rather relax, take the scene in the weather, and then with family, anything, and then make the birthday party, and then some New Year Eve, anything. Thank you.
Thank you. And then next up is Apostle Frederick Hamilton. I believe he left. Yan Li Zhu, last name Zhu.
Hi, my address is 3500 Roosevelt Avenue, Richmond, CA94A05。我住在 Richmond， 我希望 Richmond 有这间卡拉 OK， 我可以和家人多一个娱乐的地方。
She lived in Richmond City in the Richmond area, so she prefer there's a karaoke that she could go hang out, chill, relax at nighttime.
我也希望带我的小孩子去到那，有机会可以在那里举行生日 party。
She would like to bring her child to the karaoke to celebrate birthdays and some special event. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next person is Lei Jing Chao, last name Chao. I could come back to that person. And Wei Qing Kwang, and I apologize if I'm mispronouncing all these names, but last name is Kuang. Thang Wei Bin, last name Bin. Xiao Yi Li, last name Li. This person does not have a last name stated, but first name's Ruan, Ruan.
Hi everybody. 我支持现在这个 KTV 的开门，然后它不仅给这个城市带来那个就业机会，而且还会展现出这个城市Richmond这个城市这个包容性，还有这个展现出这个 Richmond 对广大的人们，反正是谢谢了。
講咗未？
講咗啦。
哦，講你支持嘛？
支持個佢哋會唔會個嘅 Richmond 包容嘅包容性。我們係講專業咯。
He fully support this project because with this business open, they can bring more jobs to the environments, to the cities. 你話你
包容咪係救佢本地經濟咯。
So so basically he say open this will bring the economy, the city economy better. 還有冇啦嘛？
包容性專業咯，同埋係救本地嘅生產。
Yeah, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Zeming, Zeming. Okay, come back to that person. Xianbao Chen, last name Chen. Come back to that one. Shenlin Rum, last name R-U-M or D-U-M. Shenlin Rum. Jeffy Chen. First name spelled Jeffie. This one's a little hard to read. Jin Cheng Do, D-O, or it could be A-O. Jialin Ma, last name M-A. Chao Yi Wu.
Hello，就講話支持我哋開支持可以將個要嗰個熱鬧，即係話要會落耳房嗰度啦。
So he fully agrees to this rave karaoke club. So it will bring him and his family's friends entertainment. Thank you.
Thank you. And Men Zhang AU. Men Zhang AU. I'll come back to that one. Next person is I'm going to spell this one out. Bichha and last name VY.
Hi, my name is Havai. Yeah, hi, my name is Havai. I support the way lab open because sometimes nowhere, no go where. And weekend I can go with my friend and win something and enjoy karaoke. Yeah.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Man Xuan Hu.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for waiting. I'm Rachel from China. Because
I'm sorry, if you could get closer to the mic.
I'm here just to support the W Wave to open because, I'm from China. Sometimes I get homesick. I can invite a friend, come together, enjoying together, and happy, and we can enjoy life here. Because here, it's a very love America and Richmond. So I have this place open for us. Thank you.
Thank you. And then our last speaker signed up in the audience is Zinai Q. And then we have one member of the audience virtually attending with their hand raised. Before I call the person online, I'll go ahead and go through the, should we just invite anybody that has not been called? So anybody that would like to address the commission that I might not have mentioned or mispronounced your name, you're welcome to approach the podium to address the commission for 2 minutes. Again, anybody in the audience that we have not called that is interested in speaking on this item, the Wave Club, is welcome to address the commission at this time.
Should I say right here or? 你話要今天上嚟發表㗎嘛？
Để người con mà Mỹ có cái anh này đại và tụ cần tụ ít chìm tụ cần rồi rồi lại bay hậu Tết giờ vì nó gặp phá thì ở yêu cầu cậu vì vợ ẩn nha.
Can he say his name? Name?
If you could state your name for the record.
Yao. Yeah. So he said he got a lot of pressure from work. So after work, so he would like to find a place that he could relax, calm down, have fun with friends, or. So he just want to release the pressure. Thank you.
Thank you. One last call on members of the audience that would like to address the commission on this item before I turn it over to online speakers. And again, if you can state your name for the record.
My name is Hu Manxuan. 我希望这边有个华人酒吧。
不行，不可以这样做。
为什么？
你这样会歧视的。
就说。
So she would like a place for entertainment and to have fun with her friends. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I'd like to turn it over to our online audience. I do recognize I have one hand raised. In the meantime, while we call on that person, if I could have a last call for virtual members to raise their hands and queue up for public speaking. So at this point in time, I'd like to call up J.J. McKenna to speak.
We're going to take the one online, and then we can come back to you.
Okay, J.J., go ahead when you're ready. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, I am a person whose business is located there in Richmond, and I think it's obvious to note this evening that there's a huge dearth of service to this community, which perhaps this panel is unwilling or unprepared to recognize. The language of music is a language of love. The language of music is a language of healing. What we've heard tonight is folks who are passionate about spending time with friends, sharing music. And if for some reason this was denied, which I personally can't understand why this would be recommended for denial, that I think it's important that the newly founded news organization, Richmond Side, be aware of why it is these particular folks would deny the inclusion of this new music facility and leisure location in a place where there are no homes. In fact, just 3 months ago, there was a fire underneath the train tracks. My business is 5215. Literally, this new business will be visible from our business location, and our business is the same business that put in the Bosch dissenter system you guys are using tonight. So it's nonsensical and illogical that this would be denied. Listening to the voices of the folks here who are Asian voices, if you're not Asian, maybe there's a reason why you're voting to deny this. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, JJ. And I believe that concludes our online public speakers, but I understand we have one additional person in the audience that would like to address the commission.
My name is Chen Chang'ao。我希望在 Richmond 开 KTV， 因为开 KTV 可以增加我们的娱乐。在上班时工作压力大，我们可以放开心来，放轻松一点，可以轻松一点。
So he's from the Bay Area, from San Francisco, so he has a lot of pressure from his work, so he would like a place that can more relaxable when he after work or on a weekend. Thank you.
And I believe that concludes our public speakers at this time.
Okay, so we can have a staff report at this point. I'll close the public hearing and then have a staff report.
Yeah, most definitely. I just need to approach the other computer there, and I'll fire up our presentation. So just please be patient.
And for the chair, I'll just note as well that the applicant is here and would also like to make a presentation following staff.
Great.
KCRT, if I could have the presentation screen. All right. Well, thank you, Commission and members of the audience. Once again, my name is Hector Rojas. I'm the Planning Manager for the Community Development Department. I am joined online by our City Attorney, Pam Lee, as well as two members of our police department, Christopher Tong and Lieutenant Decius, I'm sorry. So as a reminder, Chair Harrison mentioned this earlier, but this is a public hearing to consider the request for a conditional use permit to operate a karaoke club with on and off sale beer and wine. That is ABC license type 42. Our recommended action for tonight is to hold the public hearing, which I believe we just did. And then following the public hearing after deliberation, adopt resolution number 24-09, denying PLN 23-267, which is this application. So just to get you familiarized with the site, the project site is a flag-shaped property. It's approximately 2.5 acres in size. It's located in the Southwest Annex neighborhood, just north of Central Avenue, between Interstate Highway 580 and San Joaquin Street. The site contains 2 commercial buildings, a shared parking lot with 82 stalls, and limited landscaping. The location of the project site's 2 buildings are shown on the map on the screen. Building A is a single-story structure with a total floor area of about 24,000 square feet. And then Building A currently houses several businesses, one of which is a musical instrument repair shop, a performing arts theater, a building contractor, a used furniture sales store, and a soap making and sales shop. Building B, on the other hand, is a 2-story structure that is currently vacant. Total square footage of that building is approximately 33,000 square feet. Both buildings are not visible from the public right-of-way as they are located over 500 feet northwest of Central Avenue. To give you an idea of the surrounding land uses, these are characterized by light industrial and residential uses. The project site is bordered by I-580 to the west and a 2-story retail office and warehouse building to the south. A single-story warehouse operated by United Granite and Cabinet is located to the southeast of the project site, And to the northeast of the site is a residential neighborhood containing many single and multifamily dwellings. This map gives you a sense of the zoning for the site and the area. The site is zoned CR Regional Commercial. For the general plan designation, that is regional commercial mixed use. And I mentioned earlier that the surrounding land uses are light industrial and residential. This slide gives you a couple of site photos. The first photo on the left-hand side is a picture taken at the end of the stem driveway on the property. What you see there on the left-hand side to the right of the picture is building A, and then in the background is building B, which is the proposed karaoke club entry. On the right-hand side, you see a picture, close-up view of the proposed karaoke club entry. And then these pictures provide a visual on the interior of the building as it sits today. The first picture to the left is a picture of the ground floor area. The picture on the right-hand side is of the second floor. One thing that you'll note is that much of the interior has been demolished, including the walls, to some extent the electrical. I would note that staff within the recent last 2 weeks has noticed that the applicant did apply for a building permit to demolish the improvements on the first and second floors of this building. However, that building permit has not been issued. However, work has happened as witnessed in these pictures. As for the proposed use, it is a karaoke club. The applicant, Tommy Chen, is requesting Planning Commission of approval of a CUP to operate an 11,692 square foot karaoke club in a portion of Building B. For those unfamiliar with the term, karaoke is a form of entertainment which people take turns singing popular songs into a microphone over pre-recorded tracks. The karaoke club would span 2 floors and include 23 private karaoke rooms ranging in size from 141 to 343 square feet in size. Each room would be equipped with televisions, audio equipment, and seating for groups of 2 or more people. The majority of the rooms would have access to their own bathroom. A 1,020 square foot VIP room is proposed on the first floor, presumably for larger parties and events that could involve a DJ. The CUP application indicates that beer and wine would be sold upon issuance of an ABC license type 42, which is for on-sale beer and wine, public premises. This type of license is issued typically to a bar or tavern. It authorizes the sale of beer and wine for consumption on and off the premises. No distilled spirits would be allowed with this license type. Additionally, minors would not be allowed entry and to remain on the premises. The proposed hours of operation for the club are 2 p.m. to 2 a.m. daily. The club would have 16 employees plus security guards. And according to the applicant, the club would be advertised primarily through word of mouth. So several improvements are proposed as part of this conditional use application to support the operation of the proposed karaoke club. Those include a complete interior remodel of Building B to include new electrical and plumbing, replacement of 5 existing rooftop AC units on Building B, conversion of 2 existing parking stalls located east of Building B to become ADA accessible spaces, and lastly, installation of a striped pathway between Building B's lobby and the new ADA stalls that are going to be created. No other building or site improvements, such as additional lighting, landscaping, or signage are proposed by the applicant. And the remaining 21,000 or 22,000 square feet approximately portion of Building B adjacent to the karaoke lease area would remain vacant until leased by other tenants. So these next slides show you a little bit of the detail on the proposed floor plan. As I mentioned, these floors are currently being demolished and would be reconfigured reflecting the floor plans that are shown here. So the highlighted outline is the portion of the building that would be subject to the karaoke bar. Again, I pointed out that the first floor would have a VIP room, and this floor includes the lobby area with several karaoke rooms, the majority of which have access to their private bathrooms. There's also the provision of communal bathrooms here to the bottom right-hand side of the screen. As for the second floor, much of the same, additional karaoke rooms with their access to private bathrooms. And then there are several instances where there are service station areas for the provision of ice machines and refrigerators to support the use. So these next two slides, this information was put into the staff report, but just for background for the commission, there have only been 2 karaoke bars or clubs that have been approved by the city within the city of Richmond since 2013. The first one is Sky Music KTV, which is at 3288 Pierce Street within the Pacific East Mall. We understand the business is currently active with hours of operation being 2 p.m. to 9:45 p.m. daily. They have 12 karaoke rooms. They also have an ABC license type 47, which is for on-sale general. And then lastly, this karaoke club is located approximately 1,900 feet southeast of the project site. The second karaoke bar or club that has been approved since 2013 by the city is the W Club. This club was located at 5327 Jacuzzi Street in Suite 3D. It's unknown whether this operation is still active. The hours of operation approved previously by the Planning Commission was 8 p.m. to 2 a.m. daily. There was 18 karaoke rooms, and the license type that they had was a Type 48 on-sale general. According to records online, this ABC license is no longer active. Proximity to the project site would be 1,100 feet south of the project site. So the CUP application was routed to the city's police department for review. Sergeant Christopher Tong of the department's Patrol Services Bureau completed a crime prevention through environmental design or CEPTED assessment for the project site. And this assessment provides data on calls for service and comments regarding lighting, windows, sound, security, signage, parking, access, and surveillance cameras and police surveillance. I'll go a little bit more into detail on the comments for each of the area. And with regards to calls for service, over the past year, the project site and the surrounding area within 528 feet had 99 calls for service. These calls included car burglaries, thefts, and vehicle tampering. During the same time period, the police responded to 437 calls in the larger vicinity, which includes Costco, Wholesale, and the Pacific East Mall. With regards to lighting, the assessment indicates that the project site is poorly illuminated during the evening and night hours, particularly in the areas between the site and building entrances. The assessment does recommend increasing the number and intensity of lighting fixtures throughout the site to help deter crime during nighttime operation. With regard to windows, the assessment indicates that a dark tint is currently applied to the proposed karaoke club's main entry doors and windows, and the recommendation for the assessment is removal of the tint to optimize visibility into the karaoke club lobby and parking areas. Next up, with regards to sound, the assessment recommends soundproofing the karaoke club to help address future noise complaints from residents in the neighborhood located to the northeast and northeast of the project site. With regards to security, the assessment indicates that the project site does not currently have any security personnel. The assessment recommends hiring multiple uniformed security guards to ensure the safety of customers and employees. And then with regards to signage, the assessment indicates that the existing wayfinding signage is inadequate, noting that the lack of clear signage makes it difficult for the public and first responders to locate the businesses operating at the project site in the event of an emergency. With regards to parking, most of the parking stalls are located at significant walking distances from the proposed karaoke club's building entrances. The stall distances and absence of sidewalks, marked pathways, inadequate lighting could create potentially dangerous conditions for pedestrians, especially after the daylight hours. With regards to access, the project site is flag-shaped with a single point of access along Central Avenue. And the assessment indicates that the configuration would cause a traffic bottleneck to occur during a critical incident such as a large-scale fight or shooting. And this bottleneck would hinder evacuations and severely impact the response time that the police can provide. Second to last point here is with regards to surveillance cameras. The assessment recommends additional surveillance cameras be installed throughout the project site to help deter criminal activity. And then lastly, with regards to police surveillance, the police department provides extra patrols to locations where people tend to congregate, and patrols are facilitated when the locations are easily seen from the public right-of-way. Building B, which would host the karaoke club, does not have a direct line of sight from Central Avenue due to its distance from the street, intervening buildings, and poor lighting. And these conditions would hinder extra patrols to the location. So the police department's SEPTED assessment concludes that the project site would not be suitable for a karaoke club, even if the lighting, windows, security, signage, and camera surveillance recommendations would be implemented. And this is because the assessment cites concerns regarding parking, access, and police surveillance that are overriding factors to consider. Two members, as I said, are from the police department, are present and can speak to the SEPTED assessment as well as their experience with other karaoke bars here in the city. With regards to our zoning analysis, the proposed use falls under the classification of bars and nightclubs or lounges. Uses falling under this classification are allowed in the Regional Commercial Zoning District with Planning Commission approval of a CUP. Design review permit is not required as exterior improvements are not proposed beyond 1,000 square feet in size. And then the municipal code also lists 11 standard conditions that would apply to any CUP approval for uses with alcoholic beverage sales. These are itemized in the staff report, but I will state that the application does not demonstrate compliance with 4 of the 11 conditions regarding lighting, security cameras, sound walls, and windows. As discussed earlier, the site has inadequate lighting, and the applicant does not propose to increase the number or intensity of building site lighting fixtures. There also appears to be only 1 surveillance camera located at the site. Police staff were unable to confirm whether the camera is operational and whether additional cameras are installed throughout the site. There is no sound wall currently installed or proposed to be erected between the project site and adjacent residential uses to the northeast. And then lastly, the club's main entry also does not comply with the minimum requirement for transparent windows. Moving on to general plan consistency. The operation of the club at the proposed location would not align with several of the city's general plan policies and is therefore inconsistent with the general plan. The first policy is ED 1.1, which is safe and well-maintained neighborhoods and public spaces. This policy aims to reduce crime and violence and maintain safe neighborhoods. With regards to this policy, the proposed location does not have a direct line of sight due to its distance from Central Avenue and, as mentioned earlier, intervening buildings and poor lighting. These conditions impair natural surveillance, which is important given the number of calls for service in the area. With regards to Land Use Policy 5.3, this policy calls for the city to minimize conflicts between land uses, and the applicant is proposing operating daily from 2 p.m. to 2 a.m. Customers leaving the site during the late night hours would generate considerable noise and could disrupt the peace and quiet of nearby residents. Policy 3.1, Safety and Accessibility. This policy looks to enhance safety and accessibility for pedestrians. As stated earlier, most of the parking stalls are located far from the karaoke club's entrance. The stall distances and absence of sidewalks, marked pathways, and adequate lighting could create potentially dangerous conditions for pedestrians, especially after daylight. The last policy here on this slide is SN 2.1, which is crime prevention and response. This policy seeks to provide a high-level response to incidents, and as mentioned earlier, the site configuration would cause a traffic bottleneck during critical incidents in which would severely impact first response times. With regards to public comments, the project site is located in the Southwest Annex Neighborhood Council. However, this council is not currently active, and the city's practice generally when there's not a neighborhood council that's active in the area is to provide notification to the Richmond Coordinating Neighborhood Council. In this case, the RNCC was notified, as well as the Richmond Annex Neighborhood Council. And Rank was given notification since it's the nearest active neighborhood council. In January of 2024, the president of the RNCC sent an email to staff stating that he had no objections to the proposed project. And as of this writing, there have been no other written public comments received regarding the proposed karaoke club, although I would note that the applicant's attorney did submit recently a detailed letter responding to the staff report, and I'm sure that he will be summarizing those points tonight. Wrapping up here, in order to approve any conditional use permit, the Planning Commission must make 5 findings, as seen here on the screen, for any conditional use permit. Those findings include that the location of the proposed conditional use is in accordance with the general plan, that the proposed use will be compatible with and will not adversely affect the livability and appropriate development of abutting properties in the surrounding neighborhood. Finding number 3 would be that the proposed use would not create any nuisance with regards to odor, dust, gas, noise, vibration, smoke, heat, and glare. Finding 4 is that the proposed use complies with all applicable conditions of the Richmond Municipal Code. And then finding 5 would be that the site is adequately served by highways, streets, water, sewer, and other public facilities and services. There are additional findings that the commission would have to adopt specifically to approve any alcohol-related CUP. Those include that the proposed use will not aggravate existing problems in the neighborhood with respects to the sale of alcohol, that the proposed use will not adversely affect adjacent or nearby uses, that the use will not interfere with vehicular or pedestrian circulation, that the use will be compatible with or enhance the visual quality of the surrounding area, and lastly, that there is not an undue concentration of alcoholic beverage establishments in the surrounding area. The findings and statement of fact for the recommended project denial are incorporated into the proposed Planning Commission resolution, providing an attachment 1 of your staff report. So in conclusion, pending the public hearing, staff is recommending that the Planning Commission deny this application based on the Police Department's SEPTED assessment, the project's non-compliance with the city's standard conditions of approval for alcoholic beverage sales, and inconsistency with the general plan. I will also note that staff did some research online into Bay Area karaoke clubs. There was an article that the San Francisco Chronicle just recently did in February of last year, I believe. We have information on those karaoke clubs that we could share, but one thing to note would be that the hours of operation that are proposed at this karaoke club are in alignment generally with what those hours for other karaoke clubs are throughout the Bay Area. However, what staff did notice in those specific instances were that these karaoke clubs were located along primary corridors that were more visible to the public, would allow better opportunity for the police department to access and create surveillance. So with that, I'll terminate my staff report at this time. I'm available for questions, and I'm happy to share the information on the slides that I have if the commission is interested. Thank you.
Okay, well, you're 1 minute over. Now, so what do we want to do? We have not heard anything from the applicant. Do we want to continue this item at this time? Do we want to hear from the applicant before we make a decision on whether to keep going, or what's your preference? Just a second, we got to figure out if we're going to cut it down now or keep going.
I can keep going.
All right, let's hear from the applicant.
Okay,
We'll get back
good
to you.
eve, well,
We'll get back to you with questions later.
good night, Commissioners.
Yeah.
It's no longer evening. My name is Daniel Budd. I'm the attorney for the applicant. I'm here with Tommy Ching, who is the principal for the applicant. But I'm going to go over a couple things. First of all, I want to make sure that you all got my letter that I included to read. And also, I had asked planning to include 2 emails from Lieutenant Decius expressing his support of the club in March of this year. And I hope those also got into the file. Hector, do you know if those got in? Okay, well, thank you. So those things I presume you've already taken a look at. I'm not going to dig in too deep on that. What I want to do is first address a couple of the comments from staff and just state, this whole application has been really confusing. I want to echo the comments of the online caller who has a business nearby. We can't understand why the city opposes this. We can't understand why they won't engage in discussion of mitigating the concerns. It's been a confusing process, but I want to first address a couple of the statements in the staff report that was just given, just to correct them. The alcohol license being applied for, it's a type 42. It's on sale only. It was mentioned that it's on sale and off sale. An off sale license is like a liquor store where you can take it away from the premises. It's not that. The property is, there's been mention of it being isolated or hard to see. It's defined under the general plan as a major activity corridor in Richmond. It's one of the few major activity corridors. It's right next to Costco. It's between the 2 freeways. It's a busy place. There's traffic jams there all the time. In fact, that's a big problem there. It's a side thing there. Now, one thing I want to mention also, adding on to the description of the project, is that the rooms in this project, and this is a fairly standard karaoke build out. If you look at other projects, it's a lot like them. It's kind of the gold standard. All of the private karaoke rooms will have window doors. They'll all have monitored security cameras inside of each room. This was all disclosed to staff and didn't make it into the staff report. The 2 karaoke clubs mentioned, one of them is shut down, the W Club, was in that vicinity. It's no longer operating. And the SEPTED report, this is kind of a tangent, the SEPTED report by Sergeant Tong mentions that it's the same ownership. That was also an incorrect statement. It was corrected to the city, didn't make it into the staff report. What I want to focus on here is Richmond's general plan. And there's very few places in the city of Richmond that allow for a nightclub use, and this is one of them. It's a regional commercial zoning. It's a major commercial corridor. It's not mixed use. In fact, the commercial zoning in Richmond, and I'll read what an activity center is. These assets provide important opportunities to enhance, revitalize, and develop new activity centers to serve both residents and visitors. It's in figure 3.4 of the general plan. These are districts that are capable of generating revenue and creating jobs while providing services and amenities to residents, businesses, and visitors, and can provide culture and entertainment for need. And Richmond used to be, in its heyday, there were probably 20 or 30 nightclubs in Richmond. There's none right now. There's a dearth of nightlife. There's a dearth of music. There's a dearth of things to do for people who live in Richmond. And some of the key findings for this particular zoning activity center is expanded entertainment and cultural facilities. This is exactly what we're trying to bring here. Richmond, this is one of the other key findings in the land use portion of the general plan, that Richmond has the capacity to support a strong and diversified local economy, supporting the emerging tourism economy, encourage redevelopment and reuse of underutilized sites, expanding regional commercial uses to capture regional revenue and better serve Richmond residents. The zoning of this area is actually the same zoning as the Pacific East Mall that's right across the freeway from it. It's zoned for buildings that are not typically seen from a public right-of-way. Most of the Pacific East Mall, the inside of it is not visible from a public street. And this brings me to the next part of this SEPTED assessment. And I'm just an attorney, I'm not an architect. I know a lot of architects. I've got a lot of my family. I'm pretty familiar with SEPTED assessments. Other terms for that of time are like the broken window theory. There's other names for this, but four of the sort of key parts of a SEPTED assessment is mitigating opportunities for crime through the built environment. And a appropriate SEPTED assessment would look at this project and say, well, we have these concerns. How do we deal with this through the built environment? And those could be conditions on this project. But importantly, and this is significant because I've been trying to figure this out of where the city's going on this, is one of the key philosophies of SEPTED is natural surveillance. It's the idea, it's the broken window theory. It's the idea that the way that you deter crime is you put people in a place. You get people that are looking at something. If you have a restaurant in a place where there was nothing before, it's going to reduce opportunities for crime because there's people there that are doing things and watching. And what I keep coming back onto this, of this surveillance thing, and the staff mentioned police surveillance. And police surveillance is not part of SEPTED. The idea is that you get people going to restaurants, going to bars, going to stores, and that vitalization necessarily deters crime. And the only conclusion I can draw from the idea that there's a lack of surveillance despite a new business going into a place, and I'll back up on this. This building, the upstairs portion, you saw some of the pictures, it's been vacant for years. It's an old kind of commercial industrial headquarters building that has offices upstairs, warehouses downstairs, and the offices have been vacant for years. They're very difficult to rent in this economy. And so what you actually have there is a building that's not getting enough rent to pay the maintenance on it. You've got a building that doesn't have people around after dark. You have a building that is half utilized. And by putting a nightclub into there, what you're going to do is you're going to have a business that is installing cameras, that is that natural surveillance. And I'm going back to this prior comment because the only conclusion I can draw from the city's take on on SEPTED is that the karaoke patrons are the criminals that they want surveilled. And I just find that distressing. So, I don't think that Richmond has ever done a SEPTED assessment for a CUP. This is a new thing. And I think it's significant. I had this in my letter that, this project, the SEPTED assessment came out 9 months after this project was submitted. These things are supposed to take a couple months. And February and March of this year, planning reached out to Lieutenant Decius, who responded that he supported the project. He had no objections. They didn't like that answer, so they shot for another answer. And eventually, in June, just last month, they ended up with this SEPTED report. And it's troubling because we had a meeting with planning staff in May about asking why they're opposed to this project and what things that the applicant could do to mitigate those concerns. And the response was, we're just opposed to the project. In fact, planning staff offered to refund the applicant's application fee if they withdrew the project, and they didn't want to do that. They want to get this project. You can see here tonight, there's a huge desire for this club. There's not a single person that showed up here that's opposed to this project. There's not a single person in that neighborhood that came out that's opposed to this project. The only opposition to this project has come from planning staff. And we have some questions that you all might have as well about why we're here, about why we haven't been discussing mitigation of these issues, of why we haven't been using SEPTED to say, hey, if we need lighting to deter crime, this project is a boon to that area. This project can put investment into lighting. It can put investment into landscaping. It can put investment into security cameras, signage, passive travel. These are all things that are easily dealt with. So, some of the questions we have is why we're here 9 months later after this application, and we just got this opposition that the city's relying solely on, which is this SEPTED assessment. And why prior to that, Lieutenant Decius responded in an email that he had no objections to the project, that he thought it was a great idea. There's little crime there. Liquor's not an issue. I'll read you his comments, in fact. He said, There's very little crime in the area, no issues with alcohol. To say the least, he wrote, we don't see any major issues with the request. Feel free to reach out for further clarification if you like. So we just have a lot of questions. This seemed like a great project for Richmond. It seems like there's a lot of desire in the community to have it. It seems like that culturally it's something that Richmond is missing and that there's definitely a desire for. And we just can't figure out why staff is opposed to this and why they won't work with the applicant to work through these issues. So that's where we stand right now. If I've got a couple more minutes, because I know I'm out of time, I would like to go over some of the land use goals in the general plan, but thank you. I'm going to be about 2 or 3 more minutes if we can do this. Now, and I touched on this before, of the city staff's analysis from the general plan. They kind of picked and choose, and they found things. What I'm seeing a lot in here, even the first one, ED 1.1, well-maintained neighborhoods and public spaces, is the suggestion that this karaoke club is going to bring crime to this area? Because a subtet assessment would say it's exactly the opposite. Having a nightclub here is going to deter crime in this area. It's going to encourage investment. It's going to encourage lighting. It's going to encourage people on the ground that are watching for crime to happen. Now, this area has been a big problem. It's right along the railroad tracks. There's a lot of graffiti. There's a lot of stolen cars being dumped there. You know, the police department initially was very supportive of this idea for exactly that reason. The goals I've looked at, and these are all land use goals, goal LU1, an improved urban environment, it talks about, you know, mixed use infill development. Again, this is an area in a very busy activity in Richmond, activity center that's underutilized, that can't be rented out. The entire upstairs is vacant. Goal LU3, expanded economic opportunities. Expand economic opportunities in existing commercial and industrial areas and develop new opportunities to diversify the local economy. Establish Richmond as a major employment center in Contra Costa County and along the Interstate 80 and 580 corridors by expanding and diversifying the local employment base. Capitalize on Richmond's amenities and convenient location in order to attract new businesses to the southern shoreline. This is the area we're talking about. Make it a regional destination. Leverage Richmond's rich cultural, historical, and natural amenities to ignite a vibrant cultural heritage and tourism industry. Goal LU6, new development near transit. And I put this in my letter. This area is pretty close to El Cerrito BART. In fact, it's walking distance. I've got 45 more seconds if you let me. In fact, I want to touch on the most important. I'm going to skip over some of the other ones here. Land use policy 3.4, efficient and productive use of land. Encourage the reuse of underutilized vacant or blighted sites that may impact the viability of surrounding areas. And you know, that one is spot on for this. This area, you've seen the pictures, you've seen what's over there. The reason that the upstairs has started deconstruction is because there's nobody that will rent those spaces. This is going to turn an area that is mostly vacant right now and underutilized into a vibrant space. That's exactly what the general plan wants to see there. So with that, I'll conclude my comments. Thank you.
Yeah, 10:45. My sense is we might want to discuss it briefly and maybe give staff direction. Do we think they need to revisit this? Or are they comfortable with their report? And then continue it if we're going to discuss it further. Any thoughts on how you want to proceed?
I agree with that. I don't think I have the appetite to get to a decision on this tonight, but I would like to discuss it a little bit further with staff before we continue.
Go ahead.
That's my thought.
Seems like there's a nodding concurrence to that. So,
do we need to vote to extend the meeting? I mean, it's already beyond 10:30.
We were supposed to have elections. Yeah, I think it would be helpful to do a vote, and it does say we need a 2/3 vote.
To continue.
Yes.
To continue tonight.
Yes.
Okay, I make a motion that we continue the meeting for another 20 minutes.
I second.
All right. It's moved and seconded to continue until about 11:10 at the latest. All those in favor? Aye. Okay, carries 4-0. Yeah, I had the comment from Mr. Butt that it was, the focus was on what were the attendees of these things going to be like? Were they the criminals? That's how, not necessarily staff work, but that's kind of how I looked at the thing myself. Are we creating a gathering that's nefarious people? But I didn't see any nefarious people here tonight. And so I'm wondering if I had the wrong perception of what this club would be and how it would be managed. And so I'm wondering if it makes sense to give it a once over from the perspective of can staff find you find that it could be supported? If it can't, you can't support it. But if you think there might be some leeway there, I think it's worth revisiting.
Through the chair, I think it would be good to maybe hear from the officers that are online. I think that they could help represent the initial take and then the most recent take on the police department's recommendation. But I would also add that, there are things that we feel are mitigatable. Although, when you look at parking, for example, and access to surveillance, the site is designed in a way that it doesn't necessarily lend itself best to a use like this, whether it's karaoke or another use that might be an event or conference center, and specifically with the hours of operation that are proposed. They're proposing to operate daily from, I believe, 2 p.m. to 2 a.m. There is another karaoke bar in the area that only operates until 9. And I think if the hours were different, perhaps the take would be different as well. One thing to note in this particular instance is that it's in a business area that you don't have any businesses that operate into that late hours. So essentially this karaoke club is going to be operating independently from other uses in an area that's all the way to the back of the site. So while we can put mitigations in place, I think what we're trying to offer is that the building in which this is going to be located at, the configuration of the site doesn't lend itself best to natural surveillance. So I would
agree with that
recommend that.
Of the site, yeah.
Yeah, I would recommend that perhaps Lieutenant Decius and Tong could speak to that and probably provide some additional insight if that's the pleasure of the commission.
Fine.
Hey, this is Lieutenant Decius. Good evening. I want to apologize. I've been working since 6 this morning if I get a little bit slurred. So first of all, I want to thank Mr. Butt for his presentation. But I do want to just kind of go back to what my email was and what was requested of me with specific questions asked. So yes, there is a little bit of, it looks like some discrepancies from what I had originally responded and then with the septet that Sergeant Tong did. But I would like the commission to know, and everyone there, is when I was asked about specific question, I was operating under the impression that this was something which was being approved. So when I'm asked about hours of operation, security, the type 42 license, the area, and noise, I'm operating from, okay, if this place is here and is operating, how can it operate safely? I was doing a more, we'll say, top layer analysis of certain specific questions. I wasn't doing a deep dive analysis more so which the septet is, which Sergeant Tong did. So I just want to touch a couple things as to what I had said, that a little bit different than what Mr. Butt's saying, in talking about security. Let me back up really quick, if you don't mind. At no point in time did I ever give a stamp of approval for anything. I want to make that abundantly clear. I did say, and it's quote, to say the least, we don't see any major issues with their request. So when I'm saying that, yeah, I didn't see any noise complaints in the area, but I did send, I believe it was to, and I'm going to pronounce the first name wrong. I apologize, Ray Alberts or Albert, um, a list of from, I believe it was January of 2023 through, I think it was April or so of 24, a list of calls for service that we had, and then a list of reports that were taken. Now, we do have activity in that area, and we do have, maybe some alcohol related offenses, but we don't have a whole lot because there's no bar there. There's no liquor store there. There's no place where people hang out. So when I say, yeah, we don't have alcohol related issues, it's because there's not a place where someone's really going to be able to actually get alcohol or something like that. Uh, we talk about hours of operations. Based on what I was presented or asked to do, I didn't think that going to 2 o'clock would be the greatest time. In my brief analysis, talked about it being around midnight. Um, I don't personally have a opinion as to whether this is a good project or not, but based on my responses, I just want the commission to know that I was asked specific questions. And then once those were answered, we went a little bit deeper with Sergeant Tong, who is trained in doing septeds. I believe he actually teaches people how to do septeds, and is one of these septed, analysis officers, or people that do them in our department. And he's done quite a few, and as you can tell, they're very in depth. So the reason for we'll say, not a common theme or opinion per se, is because we were coming kind of from two different avenues or two different directions. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. So maybe is the sergeant available to kind of give his take on the SEPTIP?
Yes, I believe he is. Sergeant Tong, if you want to unmute at any time and address the commission.
Yes, thank you, Commission, and thank you, Lieutenant. In regards to the SEPTED, I was asked to conduct one from the Assistant Chief. I looked over numerous different aspects in regards to the location, as well as the sale of alcohol that would be done at that location. I think it was taken a bit out of context in regards to the term police surveillance. It's actually what we consider extra patrol or criminal activity deterrent. So when people congregate, especially late into the evenings, they're going to have numerous cars in that parking lot, and thieves or criminals will typically go to those locations, look for valuables, break into vehicles, and any other criminal activity. So police officers will typically patrol those areas to deter crime from occurring. As for that location, it's less than ideal because there is only one entry and exit. As Mr. Budd had mentioned, there's traffic jams there all the time. And that particular location, being on Central Avenue, but having somewhat of a cul-de-sac, if you would, to get to the actual property, creates more of a jam. So as mentioned in the SEPTED, major concern is if there's a emergency of any kind, whether that be medical, fire, or police emergency, it will be very difficult for first responders to get there in a timely fashion, especially if it's a police emergency. God forbid, worst case scenario, an active shooter or something happens, or a mass shooting. People would be fleeing, and so leaving the area, and first responders will be trying to go to the area, which would create enormous amount of chaos. Um, the rest of the assessment, yes, it is in depth. The lieutenant is accurate. I not only train other police personnel to complete these reports, but I've also conducted quite a few as requested. That's all I have for comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant. Yeah, it seems like the site configuration is kind of the crux of the issue. Can it be, could something like this happen there in a safe manner or not? And what would it take to mitigate problems? I don't know if you can mitigate the crook net or not, but that's, seems like the issue that, in my mind, was at the root of the sergeant's comments. Any other comments?
I agree with that. It seems if we are going to reconsider this in the near future, I'd like to know whether anybody has any ideas about how to mitigate that one way in and one way out. I think cul-de-sac was a pretty good description of what we have here. I had gone down there and took a look. There are public streets which dead end from the east to the property line, but it doesn't look like there would be an obvious way to open that, even like for emergency access. And I know the neighbors would have issues with it as well, but I guess I'm just wondering whether there could be any research done to see if the not evacuation, but access to the site could be expanded to include more than just one entry and exit. The other issue that I'd like to know more about is how many patrons are likely or even possible to be at this site. 23 rooms. One room is 1,000 square feet. In addition, there's a room that's 1,000 square feet, which in my mind says it could be 50 people. So if there's 10 people in each of the 23 rooms and 50 people in the big room, to 300 people in this one facility. When I looked at the architectural plans, I didn't see two exits. So, I mean, there's a lot of questions that have to do with the number of patrons that are likely or possible at the site that I have no idea what to expect here. Thanks.
Yeah, I want to comment on the parking and the circulation aspect of the project. Is there a parking minimum for the zoning?
Yes, there is. I don't have the details, but I have no doubt that this parking lot, in terms of the number of stalls, would meet the parking requirement.
You think it would?
Correct.
I can respond to that if you want, with the parking. You know, the nightclub use has one of the higher requirements for parking. I think it's 10 stalls per square foot plus ADA stalls. It's another reason why this location's ideal for this is because there's adequate parking to meet the requirements.
You said 10 stalls per
1,000 square feet. Typical parking uses are based on the land use and stalls per 1,000 square feet. And then you have to have a certain number of ADA stalls for every stall, which is a separate calculation, but it's roughly 10 to 12 per 1,000 square feet. So you're looking at 20,000 square feet, right? You're looking at about
200.
Yeah, about 200 spots. And to that point, again, there's very few locations in Richmond that allow for parking like that would meet those requirements. That's another upside to this site.
I would add that if that is true, we can take a look at the code, but the way that the code works is that the ratio that's stated in the table is actually the maximum parking that one can provide. The minimum is 66% of that maximum. So although it sounds like, you know, the math works out to 200, that's actually the maximum that we would allow someone to provide, but the minimum is less than that.
Like 130-ish?
If the ratio is correct, but I could reference the code here in a second.
And there are 82 stalls in the whole parking lot?
Correct. But again, I'd have to check the ratio to confirm that.
And that's including other land uses, so there are other businesses and square footage that needs to be accounted for that.
There's a lot more than 82 stalls there. There's more than adequate parking. That was one of and again, I think that was provided probably in the architectural drawings. That's kind of a threshold It's not typically something in front of the planning commission because it's a threshold matter, whether they meet it or not.
I would also say, as a planner, that the idea of sharing uses, not requiring separate use of each parking space, but if you have an evening use and a daytime use, that you wouldn't require double the amount of parking that you really need. So I would personally pursue a route of requiring a whole bunch of parking here that you may not need.
Yeah. And since I'm up here, could I make a couple final comments of rebuttal before we close this? We've got about 4.5 minutes left. I think I need a minute.
I'm timing you.
Okay, time. I want to address just two of the comments made by Lieutenant Decius and Sergeant Tong. One of them was Lieutenant Decius mentioned that there are no bars or liquor stores in that area, so there'd be no data. I would take another opinion on that. There were 2 karaoke bars in that area. One of them's still open, the other's not. There's a cannabis dispensary, and there's a liquor store at the gas station right across the freeway. So I don't think that that's true, that there's no bars or liquor stores there now. I'd also suggest that you all take a look at some other sites in Richmond, notably East Brother Brewing Company, the Riggers Loft, a Symbol Restaurant, and look at how many ways in and out they have. This building has multiple egress ways in and out. There's one road in and out. It's a driveway. Same thing at East Brother Brewing Company. Same thing for the Riggers Loft. It's even more isolated. Same thing for a Symbol. So I'd suggest you look at that being, it's probably more the rule than the exception, that there's one way in and out of these types of locations. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. At this point, let's bring it back to the commission. My sense is we want to continue this and have staff do a little more research, perhaps work with the applicant to see are some of the concerns that the police officers have mentioned and that we've expressed can be addressed. If they can't, that's what we need to know. If your opinion is that they can't be addressed, we need to know that. If you think they can be, how would we, what conditions of approval might we require? So I really think it needs one more look.
I agree. I do have something to add to the list, so if we're going to be able to ask for research, and that is what is the current status of the other karaoke bars, and have there been police reports to those karaoke bars? I'm curious. And I think there's some uncertainty, but if there is one karaoke bar that closed nearby that is the same ownership, I'm just wondering what the story is there. I don't know if we could find that out.
In terms of the ownership, oh, go ahead.
I can tell you it's different ownership, and the other bar was had some issues with their landlord. The lease expired and they were non-renewed.
Thank you.
Sergeant Tong, did you have anything to add onto that?
I did. Yes, one of the karaoke bars, the W Club, there was a shooting that occurred there in 2022. And then there was a commercial burglary at the other location in the Pacific East Mall, and that occurred in 2024. That's as far as I could see, and I just checked real quickly here at
Thank you. Thank you.
So,
I have a question.
yes.
What are the other businesses? I have a business in an industrial area that's very similar. And if there were a whole bunch of cars showing up at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, it would be a problem. And so I wonder how the other businesses view that potential.
I could respond to that as well, because I've had some discussions with other tenants there. And I think that something significant here is that if not a karaoke club or something else, there could eventually be another use, which would actually conflict with existing uses there more, because this is mostly an afternoon into the evening use. And so, if it weren't this use, there could be another use of those. So, if you're a tenant of this property, you have a parking spot. And so whether or not this club is there is not going to affect whether or not they have a parking spot. So I don't think that it's a concern. In fact, the tenants that I've talked to are happy this is happening, because it doesn't conflict with the time that they're there, so.
Any other comments or questions from the commission? If not, maybe we could have a motion to continue this and direct staff to do some additional digging.
I guess I'm just wondering, I'd like to hear from staff whether you want anything else from us.
No, I think your direction is clear. I think that we could definitely talk to the applicant to mitigate in the areas that were covered in the SEPTED report. Again, I'll come back to just the design of the property. I don't know that we can mitigate the entry and exit. We could definitely look and see if there's a secondary access, but it does not have the highest visibility that any other site would have. So I'm not sure that our recommendation is going to change on that front, but we could definitely present you with a packet with robust conditions as much as we can, similar to the item number 1.
Okay, continue to date uncertain again?
That would be good.
Okay.
Oh, to add on to that, could you, I don't know if this justifies a full traffic study, but I'm just looking at the intersection of the access of the project to Central Avenue. There are a lot of conflicting turning movements there. You know, there will be significant probably increase of traffic in the afternoon and evening into this this access point, and just wondering if that has any effect, noticeable effect to the current traffic patterns of that intersection with the 80 freeway.
That's a good point, and I could discuss that with our community development director.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion to continue to a date undetermined.
I so motion.
A second?
I second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 4-0. I think we'll defer the rest of the items on the agenda to a future meeting as well. So at this point, we're adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.